Hello, my name is Robin Johannesson, and I will be DMing my first game online for Dungeons and Dragons. With me, I have some very nice players, which I'm looking forward to try to kill. And I'm just going to jump straight into the story. You're all sitting around the table at the Wolf Tooth Inn Tavern. You're sitting together with I'm not sure if you're friends or colleagues or acquaintances, but this tavern is very familiar for a place where adventurers go to see if they can find any work or go between quests and stuff like that. So you may or may not know each other from before. You're enjoying a nice evening supper and a beer while you listen to the violent winds blowing outside and the rain pouring down. And if you like, you can introduce yourselves, and we can start with Charles on the left.
All right, and Onyx here is presenting himself as at this moment, as a human being, a human male. He seems to be asking a lot of questions about a particular family that's in the area. He's dressed in traveling clothes, a green cloak, brown soft high boots that you'll see, and he keeps his pack that he carries with him kind of close by. And from time to time, he'll scribble down notes. And for his party members, they know that he has a ability to go ahead and change his features. So, and he's done that and shared it with them because from the adventuring that they've done together in the past, they've earned that much of his trust, even though he's not very trusting overall out on the outside. Right now, he has blue eyes. He has rugged Roman features that he there with jet black hair that he's showing, and he's all of 5'10", and I think that would be about it. And later on, I guess I'll divulge the name. They'll know the name I've been asking about from the tavern people, but I'll divulge it out to the crowd in the internet later as we go.
Thank you. Chex, would you give us a quick intro?
Sure. I am playing Kerrit, a fighter, and he is of a noble line, although you wouldn't know it to look at him. Haggard, scarred, slightly burnt as well. He's a rather large man, 6 foot odd and about 6 foot wide. He is not exactly a friendly fellow, except when you get to know him. Like Onyx, he doesn't trust very easily, but those that have earned his trust have it until death. There isn't really much more to say about him. He does like his drink, and that is probably why.
Thank you. Justin, would you introduce your character?
Definitely. Hi, I'm Justin, and I'll be playing Abe. And Abe is, he arrived at the Wolf Tooth Inn a few days ago, and he's been nursing a brew, and he has long, greasy red hair that hangs over his plate mail, or his chain mail. And despite his young age, his scruffy red beard is streaked with white hair, and currently his tall, wide frame is more or less stooped over his plate of potatoes and meat, and that's where he is right now.
Thank you. Todor.
All right. Hi all, my name is Todor, and people I play with call me Ted sometimes for short. Tonight I'll be playing Smokecliff Silverthorn. What you see right now is that at the stage a very charming, very sexy, very ruggishly handsome half-elf is playing a guitar, which is his most precious possession, a modified lute that gives off some of the best tunes that anyone has ever heard on these realms. And during his performance, there's his pet owl who is, flying all over the place, and of course, handing over some flowers to the ladies in the audience. Of course, he has like a little audience because he's so awesome. Some people are just enjoying his show instead of just drinking in the tavern, and everyone is waiting for the grand finale when he will just set his guitar on the stage and he will light it up on fire. Well, to the most proficient arcane eyes, this will be magical fire, won't be real fire. He won't be burning down this guitar, but for everyone else it will be like an awesome act, and females will scream in ecstasy.
Thank you, Todor. Tony.
Any stranger walking through the door of the tavern would see a human male sitting at a table dressed in purple type jacket. He's wearing gloves that are handmade, fancy handmade gloves. And at first glance they would go, high nobility, probably a baron from somewhere traveling through. As they approached and got closer, they would see longer hair, scraggly, not taken well kept of, a beard that needs trimming. And they would think, maybe a baron that's been kicked out of his lands. But everyone else that really knows Sin Lame are known as the Hawk. He's just another human rogue trying to make $1 or $2. He sits back and eyes everyone, but he would take special attention of Carrad, knowing that he comes from nobility, thinking, I'll keep playing my cards on this nobility. I think it may work with him.
Awesome. As you're all sitting here, enjoying the nice heat coming from the fireplace, you're all aware about the bad weather outside, the heavy winds and the water is just pouring down. You're enjoying yourself while the door suddenly slams open and an older halfling tumbles inside. He gets back up and with some struggle closes the door behind him. He takes his hood off his head, shakes some water out of his hair. You can see his face as he turns towards you, and it's old and wrinkled. He looks over at your table and says, I need help. Can anyone help me? My family's missing. It's urgent.
Abe will stand up from his meal and set his goblet of ale down, and he'll say, "What is the trouble, sir? What's happened to you? What sends you here in this fright?"
Oh, my family was to arrive at this city 5 or 6 hours ago, and I haven't seen anything of them. I've been waiting by the gate as we agreed, and about half an hour ago, one of the horses that drags our carriage back and forth came running in here alone, and the harness was just torn off, leather harness. My family was supposed to move here today, as I'm working in the city now, and they were supposed to work here to live here with me. It's my beautiful wife and my beautiful 3 children, and yeah, I'm so worried. They could maybe be 1 hour later or 2 hours later, but now they should have been here 5 or 6 hours ago. I'm so worried. Would any of you care to go out and look for them?
With this weather, they'd need help fast.
Yeah. And the city guards refuses. They won't go out before it clears up.
And Abe will he'll push away his plate and his drink, and he'll look to the people sitting at the table with him and meet their eyes and say, should we make action? Should at least one of us should go and check on this family? get some horses.
Horses won't be a problem. I
At
can
that
I can
point,
hire.
Sin would just ignore what Paladin said. You may go ahead, Robin.
Oh no, he will only say that horses won't be a problem. I will pay for horses. I will hire you horses from the city guards. Don't think about that. Excuse me. Where are my manners? My name is Valimal Gemblasum, and I will pay you. I will pay you well if you can find my family.
Sin would take note is by looking at the halfling. Does he look like maybe he's from the nobility part of halflings, or is he just a common halfling?
What you know about this city is that it is divided in three parts. You have like the nobility part where the rich people are living, and the nobility. You have the workers area where you are sitting now, and you have the slums. And you believe this guy to be having a shop either in the workers area or maybe in the nobility. He seems to be having rather fancy clothes on him.
Onyx will.
Okay, at that point, Sin would just ignore the Paladin, and he would get up and walk to the bar and whisper, just give me a glass of the cheapest wine you have, the kind that looks like it's the best, but the cheapest you have. And he would take that glass of wine back and hand it over to the halfling and say, good halfling, you probably should take a drink of this first before we decide what we can do to help you.
Valimal will grab the glass and say, thank you, sir, but I'm not here for wine. I need help with my family as soon as possible.
Onyx will rack his memory on this family's name and his shop to see if when he was back here using his city knowledge when he was an urchin here, if he remembers the family, the shop area, and at the same time when he's going through that memory and everything, it'd start pulling at his heartstring about his family being in trouble and like that, and it reminds him of why he came back to the city for the wrong that he did to the Noble family there, Stanfield Noble, and so he'll be very, very interested in trying to maybe help him and his family because he'll feel that it's owed to them because someone helped him out.
As you start remembering back, you can't remember having ever seen the family name on a shop, but that most likely because you have never been in that part of town. But you remember that you once saw like one of these movable shops, the one you place out in the market, that had this kind of fancy purple crest with a diamond on it that said Gem Blossoms Gems.
And Onyx will get on up and stretch a little bit, and then using his awakened mind, he'll let the little halfling know that I feel for your troubles, and I'll do what I can to help.
You can see he starts to worry a little bit as he's not understanding what this is coming from. But you see, you can calm him down a little bit as well as you say you will help him. And probably a bit weird to the others, he will immediately say, "So are you going to help me then?"
Onyx will put his hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him and reassure him that at least he will.
Thank you, my good sir. The more the merrier. They could be everywhere, but I assume they should have come from the north part of town through the gates by horse. It's a wagon with 2 horses normally, and since 1 horse is here, there's still 1 horse missing. I will stay here and see if they come whatever could have happened. But if you could go out there and see if you're able to find them, I would appreciate it a lot. I would be willing to pay 100 gold for each of my family members that you retrieve.
And with that, Abe will stand away from the table he's been standing at and put on a chainmail glove and another as he walks to the bar, and he throws down a few gold coins for a water skin and just a wheel of cheese. And he's standing by Sin. He asks, does the tell of gold, does that change your mind, sir?
100 gold. Well, if it's something easy, sure. But if I have to do something that's dangerous, if any of y'all get put into danger, that price will have to be negotiated more.
Well, sir, I'm doing this as just an act of good and an act of righteousness. So I would yield all but 10% of my my earnings to you. I must give some to the temple.
At that point, Sin would just put his hand up on your shoulder. I don't know if you're taller. Sin's probably about 5'9", but stocky. But puts his hand up on your shoulder and just shakes his head and says, "I'm glad there's still a few good people left in this awful world. It's just not me." And walks off.
Okay, so it's gonna be you three who helps me then. Are you sure you
At that point,
are up to it?
When he says that, Sin would look over at this large fighter, knowing that he can play his nobility part on him, and say, this big gentleman here, I believe that maybe we would need his services too. What say you, big man?"
Which big man?
Maybe Kirid?
I thought Smokeleaf was so tiny. Yep, Kirid.
He's pretty slim, 6.1. Very handsome. You're talking to me right in the middle of the ending of my awesome performance. I don't seem to hear you, but suddenly the voice in my head, one of them, starts telling me that I have to go and follow this halfling, and that really makes me really sad because what kind of races are there in this city, Rob?
In the part of town you are in, it's a dwarven city. So in the workman's area, like the workers part here, you normally find some elves, some halflings, mostly dwarfs, some humans, and some half-orcs. But if you go down in the slums, you can find everything. They even accept bugbears in there as long as they behave.
Okay, so he's not that sad then, because most of his beloved groupies that now have gathered are female dwarfs, and he's not really into that. So he looks around and sees who's trying to talk to him, and sees a noble human. He says, what they want, but let's see. Maybe there's something I have to follow. He's speaking to himself all of the time, but he's trying to make it look as if he's speaking to his pet owl, whose name is Michael. And, well, he picks up his guitar that suddenly stops being on fire, puts it around his back, says thank you to all his groupies, kisses a few of them on the cheeks, and they go crazy, and then approaches the tall human, and, well, not so tall that I heard, but he says, what?
In the meantime, Valimel will walk over to this huge guy sitting there, and he will start like looking into Kirid's face to see if he can get any contact with him and say, "What about you, huge fella? You seem like you have been out in bad weather before. Would you be able to help me as well?"
Oh, they were talking to. Oh shit.
Is that to Carrot?
Yeah, I was trying to talk to Check's character, Kirid, but I'm not sure if Chex is with us.
And Abe would, he'd walk up to the silent fighter and await a response.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, he will say, "Okay, but if all of you are agreeing to help me, let's move to the stables, and I'll get you horses from the guards there."
Excellent.
Hey, Robin, I think Chex is having voice problems. He posted in chat. He says because I can't hear him either.
Yeah, I can't hear him either. But he will just tag along until he gets his audio sorted. Then.
Chex, if you can hear us, refresh.
He's just a strong silent type. Onyx will go ahead and pick up his pack that he's had there with him and put it on his back. Take his little quill and paper that parchment he was kind of writing on, put that into the pack before he puts it over his shoulder, and he'll be striding that way to follow this needy little man.
Good. The little halfling walks over and opens the door, and the doors gets like ripped open by the wind outside. And as you are all walking outside, it's like walking inside a waterfall, and you get almost instantly wet from the water pouring down. The strong wind makes smaller objects like clay jars and flower pots scuttle around the ground between houses. Wolomal takes the lead to the guards area by the main gate, and he goes over to a guard and agrees on an amount to pay. And about 3 minutes later, you have 4 or 5 horses ready for you, saddled up with like a saddle task with provisions in by the side. And you say, "Well, here you have the horses. I hope to see you again, hopefully as soon as possible. I will stay here to see if my family should arrive, and if not, I hope to hear from you as soon as possible."
Excellent, Valdemar. We shall find you immediately upon our return, with good news or bad.
I will wait here by the gate. And as you get ready to ride out, 2 guards will open the huge main gate for you. And as soon as the gate opens up, you feel that the city walls, even if it was blowing a lot inside here, the city walls was actually covering you a lot from the winds outside. They're grabbing a hold of you and like shaking you a little bit, and you understand why a small halfling wouldn't like to go out on his own in this weather. The grounds outside the main gate is wet and muddy and leads forward past the gates. As you ride on, the wind will continue to blow, the water will continue to pour down, and it gets wet, and you probably most of you, or maybe all of you, start to feel like a bit not so happy by being out in this weather. Could all of you roll me a perception check and write it down in the chat?
Does everyone see me as Meg?
No.
Mike said Meg for a second, too.
That's because you're joining a Norwegian Google Hangout, and MIG is myself in Norwegian.
Thank you, I just thought I had a sex change or something.
Yeah, I renamed you all.
Can I just check that Can you everybody hear me now?
Oh, it's
Yep.
fine,
Yep.
Check.
Loud and
We can
clear.
hear you now.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Google Hangouts happened.
Ah, yes, that would explain a lot.
As you're riding here, the road is kind of broad, maybe 30 to 40 feet broad. So you could ride all beside each other if you like, but do you ride in any specific formation?
Abe would be up front.
Okay.
Onyx would try to be towards the back, maybe not all the way to the back, but somewhere in the back, and tightening up his cloak around him to try to protect him more so from the wind and the rain and the elements.
Cool. What about the rest of you guys?
Smoke will
Yes.
choose the middle.
Sin would be close to Carrot. Sorry, Todor.
No, you go.
Well, I'm having that hang up delay again on my end. But anyway, Sin would be close to Carrot because he's still eyeing this nobility, trying to think how he's going to play with that later.
Will you be more up front or more to the back, Kirid?
Probably to the back.
Okay.
So I'm second then.
Yes.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, just before I was handed over a horse, I scratched its face and I started talking to him in an audible voice, so that it is not sorry that I won't be riding him. It's not his fault. And I sent him back, and I had sent my owl, Michael, to bring up Sarah, my faithful mule. So I'm a little bit lower than the rest of the group. As I'm riding around Abe, I'm trying to find any possible cover from the wind, as small as it might be.
Yeah, let me just write down some names and some roles here. Yeah, you will. If you ride just right beside Abe, which you are in that position now, you will actually find a bit of cover from his horse and the huge frame he has.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, but it will still not be a very pleasurable trip. It will be wet and cold and windy. Anyways, as you ride on, after about, say, 40 minutes or so, Abe doesn't notice anything. He just rides along like this stout warrior, keeping watch for whatever. But behind him, Smokeleaf looks down on the ground, and you're able to see what you could determine as wheel tracks. But these wheel tracks are actually coming in front of you, and they're passing you. So it looks like you have been riding past where they originally started.
Well, trying not to give away my cover, I will shout at Abe, and by cover I mean that I'm a warlock. I'll shout at Abe, and I was like, "Hey, big tin man, look down here. There's some tracks, and there's something weird about them.
And,
Looks like we haven't been following the road or something. I'm not sure."
You have been following the road. It's just that you might not have been able to pick up where they actually started. Due to the weather, most likely, you went past where the tracks started behind you, and you are now past them by a little bit. You see them continue in front of you.
Abe will slow his horse and then pull it to a stop, and whoa, and then he'll throw a leg over the rear haunches of his horse and get down, and he'll stoke his lantern, and he'll say, "What's this? What's this? Tracks? Possibly from the wagon. We might have missed it."
Yeah, as you start walking a little bit backwards again, only like 30 to 40 feet, you see that the wheel tracks are following like a straight line on the road from where you found them, and they continue past where Smokeleaf was able to pick them up. And 30 to 40 feet longer back, you can see them suddenly take this sharp turn straight out of the road onto a muddy field. and they seem to continue going over there. But due to the weather outside, your range, you can see clearly, is only about 30 to 40 feet.
And I would point out these findings to whomever might be paying attention, and pipe up that perhaps this is almost certainly the wagon we seek. And does it look like the field is traversable by horse, like if the wagon got through?
Yeah, you can probably ride it by a horse. It would be like a difficult terrain to ride in, but you are all proficient with riding a horse, I assume, so it wouldn't be like a big problem.
And I suppose Abe would hop back up on his horse, and yeah, I guess he'd keep his lantern out too.
If you have driven a lot of wagons earlier, you might think that this is not the best place to drive a wagon, though.
Yes, this does seem strange, doesn't it, fellows? That there's a wagon, and it's definitely not using the road.
So any of you fine folk good in tracking? Because it's not my forte, but of course if no one else is good at it, I might try and follow those tracks for you at the front. But of course if anyone can make out anything out of it, for I can't.
Actually, at this point, it's not hard to follow the wheel tracks because the mud is kind of deep due to the rainy weather, and the wheel seems to have been sinking deep down into the mud. So at this point, they're rather easy to follow, but you assume if you wait a day, you will not see these tracks anymore due to the heavy rain.
And upon noticing that, I guess Abe would continue on holding the lantern high and leading on.
Are you planning to go by horse or by foot?
Abe did just get back up on his horse, but he's definitely not going to charge away from the party.
I'm not leaving Sarah behind. If anyone else of you fine gentlemen decide to go on foot, I'll just dismount and have her follow us. And in such a case, she can carry some of our luggage. Fine, gentlemen.
With that, Abe will hop down and he'll just lead his horse along too, so he can see the tracks a little better with the lantern to make sure that he can follow.
Okay. Yeah. As you start walking down to the field, you can see this really clear wheel tracks going forward, and you can continue to follow them. And yeah, maybe after 5 minutes or so, you are not able to see much, Abe, but Smokecliff are able to determine that something is happening to the wheel tracks. It seems to be more wobbly now than they were earlier. And you're actually able to figure out, Smokecliff, that most likely the mud and the deep mud has put so much strain on the wheel that it started to like break loose, and it starts to get really wobbly. And as you walk a little bit further, you are seeing in front of you a huge shape, like a dark shadow in front of you, but you also see something moving around this dark shadow, and it seems to be about the height of a human. And it's maybe as much as 5 of them, but they don't seem to have noticed you, and they seem to be going around this huge dark object in front of you.
Well, this time I will whisper into Abe's mind, "Stop!" as I will also raise my hand, and then suddenly find out that maybe I did something not a lot of humans are fine with, and then I'll just repeat it in the same voice, "Stop!"
And Abe would stop dead in his tracks.
And Onyx will go ahead, and you'll see a purplish green glow around his right hand. Start on up, and using his devil vision, he's going to see if he can get a clearer vision of what the creatures are that are up there, whether they are truly human or, but it all looks suspect since this isn't to him, and with his lack of trust, this isn't a normal path for a cart in this condition, in this weather condition, to be traveling. So he's taken more of a defense, preparatory defense stance to be ready, in a sense.
Could you roll me a perception check?
Ooh, okay, 16.
Oh man, that's good. You actually see that in front of you it seems to be an overturned wagon. And there seems to be several things lying around the wagon, scattered around it. And also, if you could give me either a nature check or maybe a history to see if you know anything of these creatures that are around the wagon.
It'd be an 11 nature check.
The creatures you see in front of you look like human beings, but they have fish heads. They seem to be like a merge between a fish and a human. And at the moment, what you're seeing, they seem to be like ransacking sacks and bags and stuff lying around this wagon. And that's about what you get from your nature check.
Okay, how far away are they?
At this point, they're approximately, say, 60 feet.
And seeing that they're ransacking, then what Onyx is going to do is go ahead and shoot a Eldritch Blast at him.
Yeah. Do anyone else want to like prepare any action as you see the Warlock is starting to prepare some sort of spell, if you're able to recognize that?
Well, the other Warlock, has he given us any indication what's going on, or he's just attacking?
Well, I should have, to be honest, I probably should have, but I didn't say it, so that's, I guess, the way it of have to go. He's just getting impassioned for what he was trying to get out of the nasty weather. And
but that's cool. Can I have an initiative roll from all of you then, and you get your free sneak action first there.
Oh man, initiative, that sucked. Yeah, but
oh man, you all are writing it down in the chat. This is a dream.
Didn't you handpick us for this?
Yeah.
So I guess if Abe was readying an action or whatever, what he would have been about to do after hearing stop is, like he's curious about investigating if he can see any sort of shapes, and he's going to like just go over and tie his reins to, oh, sorry, was it Sally the mule?
Yeah. Sarah.
Sarah. And then he's just ready to go investigate with the lantern, and probably coming around. So that's all.
And in the meantime, Smoke was putting on his best smile, and he was about to go and talk to the people.
Yeah, I was going to see if there was a family of Valdemar.
What's your dexterity modifier, Sin?
Mine is +3.
Oh, okay. Okay, then you can resolve your spell there, Charles, and we take an initiative turn from that on.
okay. Does a 12 hit one of the half fish, half man type?
Unfortunately not. Your blast of energy hits the mud beside it, and it splashes mud all over the two next to each other, ransacking the bags, and they look up, and they notify that someone's are trying to sneak up on them. And it's over to you, Sin.
Okay. At the point of Smoke Leaf telling us to stop, my action would have been was going to walk up towards Abe and say, turn off the, and I was going to say lantern, but the word, because as soon as turn off the, here comes this magical force past me and shooting past me towards these creatures that I've just started to see. And at that point, I'm like, damn, we're not going to be able to sneak up on them. So I'm going to use bonus action dash. You said they're about 60 foot away?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use bonus action dash 60 foot up to them and engage the nearest one.
Cool. Then you're face to face with this fish creature. The fish creature is standing there. At the moment, he doesn't have a weapon in his hand, but you can see he has this kind of crude bone-like spear on his back. And he seems to have some kind of net tied to a belt and this thin hide-made armor on himself.
Okay, and I'm going to miss. I had a 7 hit, so I'll miss.
Oh, you miss him? Okay, you try to stab
Yep.
at him, and you find that actually as you stab after him, he is very, very flexible. So he jumps like away from your stab, and you're unable to hit him, unfortunately. But then
Okay.
he sees you, and he grabs behind his back for his spear, and he tries to pin you with the spear. And oh man, that was rather good. He actually hits you with his spear. But you don't know if it's the force
Okay.
behind the blow or just the poor quality of the spear, but you only receive 3 piercing damage.
Okay. I just kind of real quick and step back.
The guy next to him, who almost got shot by the blast, he looks very worried from where the blast could come from. So he starts running towards the direction of the blast as soon as he sees a lit lantern in that direction. But that makes him actually leave your side, and you can do an opportunity attack if you like, Sin.
Sure. I'm going to reach out and try to rapier him. How about 18 to hit?
Oh, that's a hit.
And it'll be 4 piercing.
Okay. You stab your dagger into him, and you can see that he like shrugs a little bit aside as you cut him with your blade, but he continues to walk in the direction. He seems to be very determined about where he's going. And as he's running about 30 feet away from you, he is running with his spear in his hand, and he tries to throw it at the huge paladin holding the lantern. And you can see the crude spear goes in this nice slope, and it hits the paladin right in the chest, but the spear breaks off his armor. It's not able to penetrate his metal armor. As you are now in the middle of everything here, Sin, you also notice that 3 other of this fish-looking like you people are starting to run towards the guys behind you. They all run up about 30 feet, and they stop. They don't seem to be doing anything. They just like look into the darkness of the people behind you. And we're over to Karad.
Okay, the one that moved up and threw the spear, he should be within range to get to, I believe.
Yeah, he's about 30 feet away from you.
So I'm going to move in and attempt to strike him with my axe.
As you move closer to him, you see the 3 guys who moved up but didn't do anything have their spears readied and throw them at you as you move forward. The first one is a horrible spear thrower, and the spear just sticks right in the mud. The next one is equally bad. The spear just lands a little bit further away, actually. And the last one hits right beside the first spear. And now you can run up and hit this guy.
It is a 24 to hit.
Oh yeah, you hit him. Very good.
For 9 damage.
Oh man, yeah, he felt that one. You can see this. It looks like blood, but it's really, really dark in color. Like it's really thick, and it's almost bluish, and it now starts seeping out from this huge wound in his chest. Are you done, or do you have any bonus actions or anything you would like to do?
No, that'll be me.
Then it's over to you, Abe, while you stand there with a spear breaking of your chest armor.
Yeah, Abe will advance forward over the spear splinters on the ground, and he's approaching the closest fish-faced combatant that he can see, and he's going to hold his lantern up high so he can remember this fish face before he augments it with his pick. And so he'll swing out with one pick. 7, 8, 9, 10. Just 11 to hit. And,
you actually managed to miss him, even if he's right in front of you. It might be that he bows like a little bit down from the huge wound he just took to the chest, right when you're striking him, but you miss him, unfortunately.
And then for a free action, Abe's just going to clip the lantern on his belt and draw his second pick, and then that finishes his turn.
Cool. Then it's over to you, Smallcliff.
Okay. How about flying in this weather?
You would assume anything smaller than a very large and powerful bird would not fly in the direction it wished to fly. Like large or small would most likely, medium or smaller would most likely be carried away by the wind.
Michael, stay with Sarah, and I will shoot at. I will prepare to shoot at the creatures, but I will actually speak deep into the mind of one of the first row that wasn't hurt yet. Lay down your weapons if you want to live. And I'll actually prepare a Eldritch Blast in case they don't stop fighting.
Okay, so if he moves forward, you will shoot him?
Well, any kind of hostility. If he attacks someone, I'll shoot him. If he moves towards... anything that is not laying down weapons, I'll shoot him.
He doesn't have a weapon. He threw his spear. That's the reason I'm asking you.
All right, so if then I'll say drop on the ground and surrender if you value your life.
Okay. So unless he drops down on the ground while he moves the next time, you will shoot him.
Yeah.
Cool. Then it's on to Onyx.
Onyx will go ahead and cast another Eldritch Blast at the one that he tried to hit prior.
Yeah, the one like out on the right side that threw his spear.
And does a 15 hit?
It does. Straight in the chest.
Okay, and let's see here. What's the damage? And he takes 8 points of damage. And what happens is that that violet and green energy with a tinge of blue comes off his hands, and it comes ramming forward just like it was a tiger in the shape, and it pounces onto him on his chest and starts clawing and biting, and then dissipates after it goes ahead and does the spell's effect.
Yeah, as you hit into him, you see his chest is like sinking a bit in, like it's getting a real severe blow, and it starts like spitting up some slime, but it raises up its head again as it's ready to fight for a little bit more.
And then with a free action, he'll holler out to his compadres. Let's free this family. These demons from down below. Have them.
Cool. Inspiration. Sin?
Okay, I just had the one that I'm engaged with up there by me, correct?
That's right.
Okay. I'm gonna look at him in the face, and you're gonna taste good in some fish stew for breakfast. 15 to hit,
That's a hit.
and 5 piercing.
5 piercing?
And he and I are close to this overturned wagon. Is that correct? Yes,
Yeah.
sir. 5.
Yes, you're close to
Okay.
the wagon.
I'm gonna use a bonus action, and I want to try to hide. I'm going to try to run around the wagon and hide from them and maybe surprise them if I can.
Oh yeah, you will be able to. If you run over the wagon, you will see that it's actually an open wagon, and it looks to have been at some time covered by a canvas, but the canvas has been long gone by the wind. But the actual structure of the wagon will hide you from the guy on the other side, and the 3 guys that were standing on that side originally has been running forward, so they're like not standing behind the wagon there anymore.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Then it's over to the fish people again. The one who is severely damaged, standing by the fighter and the paladin, he will look up at both, and he will believe that, well, the paladin doesn't seem that well armed, and he will try to bite you. And he sets his teeth into your chain glow, and you can hear his teeth are giving after like in a crushing sound, and you feel nothing except from like a little, somebody's like pushing a little bit on your glow.
Butter scratch, butter scratch.
Yeah. The one that you shot, Onyx, he will continue to run towards you, and at this point he will actually be able to reach you. He doesn't have a spear in his hand anymore, but he has been pulling up this kind of net from his belt, which he tries to cover you with. And he is unable to. He misses you completely with his net. It seems to be very hard throwing a net in this weather. The wind grabs it and like pulls it aside, and he's not able to use it at all. Then we have the one that you stabbed earlier, Sin. He feel like a deep pain in his side where you stabbed him with a knife, and he starts looking for you, but he's not able to see you anywhere. He will start running around like the wagon to see if he's able to find you anywhere. Did you roll a stealth check?
Sure. 9.
A 9? Okay, then he is unfortunately able to find you if you don't have any modifiers to apply.
Okay. That with my fires.
Okay, yeah, he walks over to you, and he also brings up his net, and he tries to cover you with the net. And he is unable to as well. Bad weather for net throwing today. The 3 other guys who at an earlier point threw their spears at the fighter as he passed like their mark. 2 of them will run towards the fighter and the paladin, where the last one will make his way to this person standing there, throwing whatever spells at the guy, and you will now be able to use your blasts, Todor.
17 to hit for 8 damage.
Oh yeah,
And as I tell him, you should always listen to the voices in your head.
He gets this spell of yours, like blue crackling energy or something like that.
Orange and gray, because they took my purple and green standard.
Okay, yeah, and you hit him straight in the chest as well, and he reeks a little bit back before he seems to be very what's he called? Why set his mind on something. He just moves towards you, while the 2 others are able to reach the fighter and the paladin. The first one will attack the fighter, and he will also try his luck with his net, and he misses. And the second one will try the paladin again with a net, and he misses. So that was a very good turn of the fish people, and it's over to Kirid.
Okay, the one that I hit before is still standing, correct?
Oh yeah, barely, but he's standing.
Okay, swing at him ignoring the one that tried to net me. That's an 11.
Unfortunately, you just miss him.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna waste my action surge just yet.
Oh, then it's over to Abe.
And Abe will just swing out with two war picks on one of the fishmen that's engaging him.
Oh yeah.
And so one hits.
Would you like to hit the guy that tried to net you, or the guy that you were beating on earlier? That both of you are attacking.
The first one. They're both going on the first one. So just the second one hits, and that's 6. There's no modifier because it was the offhand.
Describe how you kill him.
Excellent. Yeah, it goes. The pick drives through his head and almost certainly deep down into his chest cavity, and then he just falls off of it as the pick remains held aloft.
You see his yellow fish eyes just start like turning around in his skull as he falls over dead.
Excellent.
Then it's Smokeleaf.
Well, the one who turned to me, has he reached me?
Yeah, he's close to you. He's within 5 feet of you when he tried to net you.
All right, so then I reach out to grab his head, and I miss.
What did you roll?
Save my trash talking. 8.
Okay, yeah, that's a miss.
So no trash talking this time, and then I'll stand there and I'll look dumbfounded that my magic didn't work.
And I'm sorry, Abe meant to answer back to Onyx. Yes, for the Valdemal clan. When he said about rescuing the family.
Okay, cool. Onyx, it's your turn.
Onyx will go ahead and leap off his horse and try to dive and land on his feet behind this demon, which I imagine would be an acrobatics roll. And he would have what's his acrobatics? He may have missed it or not, so and that determines on what he's going to do.
The DC is 10.
Oh, okay, then he definitely made that as far as that was an 11. That's why I was wondering, he may have missed it with the slippery mud and whatnot. And once he lands over there, he's going to go ahead and cast the cantrip Sword Blast, and the demon's going to have to make a dexterity check, and the DC is 13.
Are you planning to cast at the one who you have been shooting at earlier?
Yes, and this affects anybody that's within 5 feet of me.
Okay, he is unfortunately away from the others because he was the only one going for you while the others went for the paladin.
Yeah, but that's but like I said, it's just circling around me in a 5 foot.
Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, it's circling around you. Sorry, yeah. He failed that one.
Okay, so he'll take. Let me get a D6 because it's a D6 worth of damage. He takes 5 points of force damage, and what he sees is these like spectral silver-like outlines of blades is just twirling around Onyx, and catches him there for that 5 points of damage.
Yeah, he tries to like hold up his arms to like cover his head as this blades suddenly starts to appear around you, cutting his arms and face and chest and everything, and he seems to be in pain.
And Onyx will yell at him, "Demon of thou, suck on this, and remember, the great old one brings more pain than glory."
Good. Sin, it's your turn.
Sure, trying to hide from this foul creature, him finding me and trying to net me. I look at him again, saying it's you that will be in the stew in the morning, not me. Hot dog, let's see, 22 to hit, and he's going to take max damage, 8, 9, 10, 11 piercing.
Describe how you kill him.
He probably has this moment of look on his deal that I'm going to run straight into this net, and I just jump around the net, and come down straight through his clavicle. Just cut him right into where his main artery blood just starts shooting out. And then I'm going to keep going like I didn't even know he fell. I'm just going to keep it running and run around the other side of the wagon and hide again.
Yeah, you see this like blue thick blood starts pumping out as he falls over, starts filling up on the ground, and you run away and you hide, and nobody's there to see you, so your hide will be successful. The other fish people, the one that you just cut with your blades, Onyx, will try to jump through your barrier of swords to bite you. He seems desperate now. And he misses you. I think I will switch out my d20 at this point, unless it will be a not that exciting session.
Yes.
The next one will attack Kirid, who just dealt a huge blow to him. And there you see, 21 to hit. He will stab. Now he will bite you for 3 piercing damage. And we have the last one, the one on Abe. He will try to bite you as well, even if he has like only half his teeth left after the previous attempt. And he misses again. So then it's over to Kirid.
After being bitten, Kira's brows are going to furrow that something just attempted to do that to him. And he's going to put all his might into his next swing. 14 to hit.
That's a hit.
And he is going to spend a Superiority dice on that. 20 damage.
Okay. You dealt 10 damage more than you needed, so describe how you kill him in a most gruesome way.
As I swing the axe again into the collarbone area of this thing, biting in deep, I use my shield to basically ram into him as I tear the axe through.
Cool.
And imagine I send him flying back about 5 feet.
You did. He was just sliding backwards in the mud. Abe, it's your turn.
And Abe is going to turn to the beast that's been biting him and take both of his war picks, and with them side by side, swing them in a sort of a sidearm motion and try and connect with what might be fish-like hips with both attacks. And so 16 and 18.
Oh yeah. Tell me what you do to his hips.
Direct connection with center mass. Both picks they come out the other side of his body, and it takes a good free action there for and a boot step for Abe to free his picks from this dead fisherman.
And you are able to add some modifiers to that 11 as well, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a +3 on the 8, so 8, 9, 10.
So he is dead.
Yeah,
very
14
dead.
damage.
Okay, then it's Smokeleaf. There's only one left, and he is currently standing on Onyx.
Oh, so not next to me.
If you like so. Onyx kind of moved up, so you could be almost beside each other if you like.
Is he hurt?
He is hurt.
I want him to hurt more, so why didn't it work? So I'll step up to him and try to, grab his head from the back. And this time it's a 17 to hit for 5 points of lightning damage. as I just forgot my trash talk from last turn. God damn it.
Describe how you kill the last of the fish people.
Alright, so I'm gonna say, feel my wrath, and I'll just have my head spring out and grab his neck, and you'll see electricity coming from all 5 of my fingers, and it will go right through his neck, or whatever he has for a neck, and it will go through his head, and you'll see how his tiny, or not that tiny, but wobbly, disgusting fishy eyes will just fill up with electricity and then explode from both sides of his head, and he'll just fall down on the ground following this electroshock.
Yummy. Well, you're out of initiative. All the fish people are dead now.
Onyx will holler and say, "See, I told you that the great old one will have you feel more pain than glory today."
And Abe, he will tuck in both his picks into his belt and take his lantern high in hand, and he'll approach the wagon, stepping over the corpses of these fishermen, looking for any sign of the family, if it's their wagon.
Yeah. What you will find, you will. Please go ahead.
I was just going to say, Sin's doing the same thing. While they were finishing off the foes, he's investigating and looking at the wagon and thinking to himself, "The lights are here. I'm tired of this weather. This $100 is going to be a whole lot more than that time we get back in this nasty stuff."
Well, what you're able to see as you look around, you see around the wagon, not counting your own, you see many footprints. Some of them are clawed. Most likely they are from these fish people, as you can look down on their feet and see that they have this kind of almost the shape of like the feet of hen, like a clawed thing. And you can also see a few like shoe impressions. You look rather small, so it seems to be belonging to something else than this fish people. In addition, there's a lot of stuff lying around on the ground. It seems to be sacks and bags and utensils and like all kind of housekeeping items and stuff just spread around the ground, and you can see where these creatures most likely were looking when you saw them initially. Those bags have just been torn open, while other bags have been completely emptied, but it doesn't look like they have like taken care of anything. It just like looked like they have like opened the bags, emptied them, didn't find anything of interest, and moved on. And this looks the scene looks like this is all around the wagon, and there's nothing of interest left in the wagon. You can find a lot of clothes and different kind of what's it called, like the thing you make clothes of, fabric and stuff laying around there, scattered around the wagon. In front of the wagon you see a huge impression into the ground, and you are do the two of you looking have more like more than a passive nature check of 10, or is it less?
10 for myself.
I don't have any bonuses on nature, so.
If it's a 10, that's fine. You are able to work out that this most likely is the impression of a horse. It has the same size and mostly the same shapes, and in front of this impression in the ground, it seems to be deep dragging marks down into the mud, like something of that size had been like dragged away. On the other side of the wagon, like where the other horse should have been, you see this leather harness which has been snapped off. It seems to have happened due to some sort of strain or something put on the leather straps. But there's nothing on the ground there.
Well, this all adds up as I approach them with my mule. And what I'll be actually looking at is, are there any bodies, by the way?
You don't find any bodies. You only see this impression. You can, if you like, you can roll either a survival or a perception.
A perception of 22.
Oh, that's quite good. You are actually able to determine that the exact same looking footprints as this fish creature made are on each side of the deep impression into the ground, which has been dragged away. So it seems whatever took this, most likely a horse carcass or something, was the same as you just fought and has been dragging in one direction, which is like the opposite of the town, in the direction you were walking to find this wagon, towards the mountains.
I look back at the battle site and try to determine if any of those creatures is still breathing.
They're all dead. Most of them are actually not in one piece anymore.
And I say to myself, God damn it, should have left this last one alive.
The one you popped the eyes out with electricity, you mean? Boiled alive.
I was so, frustrated that it didn't work the first time that I had to do it.
Onyx is going to go and inspect all these creatures. And are they humanoid size?
They are humanoid size. They look, they are like in the same, I guess that's what's actually describing humanoid, when you look like a human in shape. But yeah, they're humanoid. They have hands similar to human hands almost, but they are having like long nails, almost looking like claws, and they have this kind of clawedy legs, and you can see between the toes they're actually skin between the toes, which you have seen in frogs and similar aquatic animals, and they have a fish head.
He's going to really study them to remember what they look like, and like that for a future reference.
Yeah. Good.
So if anyone knows of a pond or a lake nearby, I say, as I ask if I can roll my history check.
Roll your history check.
And yeah, Abe will try to recall that as well. He's got some history, some training.
Onyx will say, the pond and the lake is falling from the sky right now.
Good point.
And I did get an 18, though, on my recollection there.
Me too.
Oh yeah, you both, and most likely all of you, have been around in this area, and it's mostly grassland outside here. You know that if you travel far, far, far away to the east from here, you will come to a huge town known as Waterdeep, and if you go in the opposite direction, you will come to Neverwinter. But at the moment, you are very far away from both places, and like to the more local area you're in, as far as you know, there's not any ponds around. You have the sea behind you, like towards the city, and like on the other side of the city, there's like the open sea with the sword coasts. But on your side, you're actually walking towards a mountain range.
I want to meditate and actually transform my mind into Michael, and I'll bring him very carefully without letting him off my sight, without letting him fly. And I'll bring him over to one of the dead guys, and I'll have him lick him to see if he's salty or sweet.
Okay.
Do I need to roll for that, or are you going to tell me if it's salty or sweet?
No. Yeah. Sorry. When he goes over and licks it, I don't think Michael would be able to determine salt from sweet, but he seems to find this thing delicious.
I'm feeling with his senses, so yeah.
Okay.
I'm the one who's determining.
Yeah, but you're using his senses.
Using his abilities, but I'm inside of him, and I'm feeling what he's feeling.
It tastes like fish.
So...
And it smells. He feels a lot more that it actually smells like fish when he approached them.
Can I get a nature check to see if it's a sea fish or sweetwater fish?
Yes, you can do.
A 10.
It's neither of them. He is not. He is not. He doesn't know the origin of them. But it's to him. To him, it seems like fish meat.
Abe will pipe up. Looks like a fish out of water story here.
Yeah, but there ain't no salmon here. I have to go fish somewhere else.
You see
Yes.
the deep marks in front of the cart and all the footsteps. You see that by just the say 5 minutes you'll be waiting now, they are less visible than when they were when you first approached here. The rain is really pouring down, washing away everything except just a flat muddy surface.
Oh, wait, there's tracks?
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that in front of the wagon. There's an impression in the ground where it could have been like a horse-sized object, and that it has been dragged forward away from the wagon, and you could see footsteps similar to the one that these creatures made on the ground, accompanying it on each side, like if they had dragged the thing forward.
Guys, look, how convenient. There's tracks. Shall we get on and follow them?
Ah, yes. And Abe will turn up his lantern to full and hold it high, and he's happy to lead again, or take point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Sin looks over at the Paladin and says, "Yeah, turn that lantern up high. Well, there's no surprise anymore. They've heard us. Everything for miles has heard this battle, so it's not going to matter if you turn that lantern up high. Let's go."
As you continue to walk, it takes a long time. It starts to get a bit hard to walk in this muddy terrain, as the earth is even wetter than when you first jumped in here. But you are able to make your way, and after about 30 minutes of walking, you can see the mountain starting to get closer to you, in front of you. And after maybe 5 to 10 minutes more, you're starting to get really close to the mountain. You see just at the edge of the mountain, it seems like the whatever it has been dragged towards the mountain and onto this like rocky surface, and you're able to trace it by like blood left on the rocky surface here, together with like some chunks of meat and stuff that has been like torn off from this sharp stones going upward, and it seems to have been dragged straight into the mountainside. And as you walk closer up to this wall, after you're looking around for a little bit, you can see that there's actually a 20 by 20 feet opening into the mountain, but it's in such a way that you couldn't see it when you looked straight at the mountain. You had to like walk a little bit around the walls of the mountain to see where it was.
Do we see any activity around the face of that mountain once we get to a perspective that allows us to view?
As you're getting closer to the mountain, you actually don't see anyone or anything outside, and the only sound you can hear is the splashing of the water falling down, and like the wind sound from the wind blowing, now grabbing like the trees on top of the mountain and the muddy terrain around you and you as well. Most likely the paladin is the one making the most sounds, together with the fighter at this time, with their armor clunking away.
Onyx will holler, "Cover! We can get dry. We can get warm. Get out of this rain. Good stuff."
Finally. Does anyone want to check it first, though?
Abe, if you hold up your lantern, I'll pop my head in and see what.
And yeah, Abe nods in agreement, happy to approach with his lantern in hand, side by side with the fighter, Carrot.
Yeah, as you walk like up to the entrance and pop your heads inside, you don't see anything of particular. It's pitch dark inside, but only by like taking one step inside, it feels a lot better with you not having to stand out in the rain and the wind anymore. It's actually a cover from the weather inside here, and you feel it's a little bit warmer than outside, but it's still very humid.
any sign of any footprints, as if there's anything coming or been coming or going inside?
Either two of you in already inside, you can roll a perception if you like.
11.
14.
Oh yeah, you're not able to see any signs of footprints, but what you do as you kneel down to look at the ground, your line is like shining onto the ground and the walls as well, and it's like glaring off like this kind of almost reflected. And as you feel the ground and the walls, you can feel it's covered with this thin layer of slime, like green stuff. And it's to you, it looks exactly like the algae that grows like on the rocks underneath the water.
We may find a body of water yet. And Abe will he'll take like a little bit of it and he'll taste it to see if it's sweet.
No, it's like it would harsh be the right word. Like it tastes not pleasant in any way. It tastes like if you took a bite of grass, more or less. But it's very humid and very like not sticky but slimy.
And yeah, Abe will spit it back out, and then I think he'd probably turn and he'd just flash his lantern 3 times to the party and just hoping that they're going to come.
Sarah?
Onyx will look to the rest of the party and say, I think there must be something interesting up there. He's either flashing the light because they found something or they're in trouble. I think we need to go forward and save the day.
It's actually the sign for that means we found danger. I'm sorry. Yeah, please go ahead.
And if they were to arrive still kneeling, Abe would draw attention to this algae on the ground, and he'd say, "It's not sweet."
Yeah, and as you guys are like looking around, you can see that it covers the entire floor and most of the walls, and it like goes kind of high up towards the ceiling as well. And the entrance part you're in here now, it's maybe from where you're standing, you're not able to see any end of this kind of corridor you're in, but the corridor is still maybe say 30 to 40 feet broad.
Okay. And Onyx is going to go ahead and ask Abe, you said it's not sweet. How do you know that?
Straight from the horse's mouth. And but
Onyx
he's still
left and right.
He still has it on his fingers, and he's like looking at it all. It's all disgusting. But Abe would he'd step forward into the cavern with his lantern held high still.
Yeah, as you continue to work inward here, after about maybe as much as 100 feet, you can see that, or you can feel, it's more like feeling than seeing, because you can't see that far away in the darkness even with your lantern, but it seems that your light is now hitting, like not hitting any walls on your sides anymore. It seems to be opening up, and you get the feeling that you're entering a very huge cave, like from the way your steps on the stones echoes into here, and also as you enter like into this space, you feel the humidity. It's a lot higher, and the same as the temperature. It feels like it must maybe I can't do Fahrenheit, but maybe 2, 3, 4 degrees of Celsius higher.
Abe, my friend, can you hold Sarah for me and lead her for the rest of the journey?
Absolutely.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to put my mind back into Mike, now that there's no wind and heavy rain, and I'll have him fly overhead at 100 feet. He knows the drill.
As
And
as you asked him to hold Sarah, you mean your pony or your owl?
my mule.
Your mule.
Sarah.
Okay, so you brought your mule in here.
Oh yeah.
Did the rest of you guys do that?
Actually, yeah, my horse is tied to Sarah, but
Okay.
Yeah, mine would have been left outside.
And Onyx would have turned around and before coming on forward and after the battle and while looking at that, just slap his horse on the buttocks as thanks for standing there while he jumped on off with that pretty. And when he did that, the horse just reared up and ran back towards town.
Oh yeah, cool.
So instead
outside, Robin.
Go ahead, Tony.
I was just saying mine would have been tied up outside also, like Kieran's.
and I was thinking maybe is it possible to hitch the horses to some natural rock formation inside? Is it nice in here? Nicer than it would be outside for the horses?
A lot more nicer, and it's very possible. Yeah, it's like on the just inside the opening. There's nothing, but as you walk a little bit in, it's this kind of stalagmites coming up from the ground in the corners. Like it's not a straight corridor. It like curves a little bit, and in some of the curls you find some stalagmites where you can tie
Excellent.
the horses.
So Abe would he'd lead his horse and Sarah over there, and he'd tie them up with the reins. But before he left, he'd grab one of his rations and give each one of them an apple. And then he'd ask Smokeleaf, "Is it all right if we leave Sarah here just for now?"
all right, but leave her untied because she knows what to do.
Understood. And then I release her reins.
In that case, my friend, can you hold my hand since we're without bonds?
Place it on my shoulder, good man.
No, just hold my hand and lead me, because I'll be blind for a while, and you'll see my eyes go, blank, and my Michael, will fly off my shoulder, and we'll start scouting ahead at 100 feet away, and I'll be looking through his eyes.
All right, then yeah, Abe would take your hand under his, and he'd still hold the lantern high with his offhand.
And Onyx will go ahead and on one of the stalagmites where they were going to go ahead and tie the horses to make it easier for him, he'll use his men cantrip and make like a hoop ring out of there with some broken stone that he might find around. So there'd be a good latch point to tie the horses to.
Oh, perfect. And as you send Michael into the cavern, into the cave, as he flies about 100 feet away, straight forward from where you are, he or you starts to see like there's a wall in front of you. But you haven't seen anything to either your right or your left side as you flew forward here.
All right, he's doing a circling reconnaissance kind of a mission.
He can take a
Around.
perception check while he's flying around here.
All right. 15.
15? Yeah, that's more than good enough. He is able to pick up the scent of iron, or more closely, blood, from the right side of the entrance where you came.
Mm-hmm. And is there like a opening there or some sorts?
Yeah, it's like I said, you haven't seen a wall going in that direction yet. So it's a huge open cave down there, and it's the same to the other way.
All right, so I open my mouth, still blind and weird, and I tell Abe, I see a cave that is about 100 feet wide, or is long, to where we're going, and to the sides it's even wider. I sense some blood to the right. And I speak in Omnian's weird voice.
And we'd best prepare for the worst.
So if you lead me towards the right, if that's the way we are going to take, I'll just keep flying with my owl ahead to scout till we find something.
And Abe would look to the party for reassurance if they want to continue to the right. And we will.
Yeah, Stan would stay back here again, and he would just look at you and say, "Lead the way, that lantern. Lead the way."
Onyx, with his devil vision, will be looking around and such and like that, and he'll keep his about his same position that he did when they were on the horses, not all the way to the back, but towards the back middle, I guess, and he'll just encourage this mighty paladin to lead on, Gungadin, lead on.
We can start like in a backwards way, but why Onyx is able to see as he walks in there with his dark vision, his devil's sight actually. The entrance, like I said, is approximately say 30 feet wide. And as you go to the entrance, like the end of the entrance where it opens up, when you see to your left or your right, you don't see a wall, just like the owl. But when you see in front of you, you see a wall. So it's like a T shape, where the owl smelt the blood from the right side, and when you stare down there, you're not able to see any walls. So it looks to be at least maybe 80 feet wide as it goes downwards.
Okay, and Onyx will relay that one by one to each of the members in the party, using his awakened mind to them, so they can stay quiet on what he sees with his sight.
Yeah. And as the owl starts to fly down towards the southern side, or like the right side, it sees that the cave seems to be shrinking in at some places. Like it's just a natural formation, but it goes like a little bit like this. But with the the narrowest part is maybe even like 50, 60 feet wide, and the widest is 80 or above, maybe up to 100 feet wide. So it's a rather wide cave. And as he flies down there, he see that there are several turns. So if someone would like to do a sneaky approach, they could go by the walls here, and they would most likely be able to find kind of good cover between stalagmites and natural crop formations and stuff. And are you just continuing to walk down here, Abe and Toller, or Abe and Smokeleaf?
Yeah, I think Abe would continue forward at a regular pace.
Yeah.
Unless asked to stop.
As the owl is flying downwards, it suddenly noticed some shapes in front of it. And at a point where it's able to actually determine what it is, it seems like there are three fish-like people sitting almost sitting down, but they're standing on their feet, just what's it called when they're sitting down eating meat. While he sees two of them actually looking towards the owl when the owl is able to see them, and they seem to be throwing their spears at the owl.
Well, owl is a very stealthy creature and looks up at 120 feet, so the moment he sees them,
they see him.
Right, well, he'll turn back. No stealth checks or anything?
No, unless you want to roll it up front. You don't have, you have a passive stealth, and they're able to see you with your passive stealth. They got a 15 to hit you with disadvantage. Is that enough?
Yes, it's enough.
Then one of these bad bony spears will hit your owl for a total of 4 damage.
Okay, quick pause here. At 120 feet, he hits me with disadvantage, and I am not able to sneak upon him?
Yeah, they are able to see you at 120 feet.
Okay.
And your passive stealth is lower than their passive perception.
All right.
I'm sorry. immediately as your owl is hit by the spear, these two hunters are starting to race towards the owl. They think they have gotten themselves some fresh meat. And this is
The owl is dead, by
approximately...
the way, and disappears.
Oh, it died?
And disappeared.
Oh, okay, yeah, then you will only see that they're throwing the spear, and you won't see anything more.
All right.
But you as Smokeleaf, you will know that to fish-like creature threw a spear at your owl, and that they start chasing it, or it looked like they would start to chase the owl.
Okay, I gasp and I say, well, we found some more.
Combatants ahead.
Yeah, 3 of them.
And so Abe
Turn the
will,
lantern up. Show them we're coming.
Abe will brandish his war pick. And yes, he'll clip the lantern to his belt and pull out his other war pick as well.
Good.
Onyx will be starting to disrobe, and he'll try to hide in the one in one corner. Let's see what his stealth would be, so he can disrobe and put his clothes in the pack. That'd be his stealth. That'd be a 16 for stealth. But,
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone will be able to see you here.
and the intent that he'll have is once he disrobes, then he'll go ahead and change his visage into, or try to into one of these fish demons that he's studied in.
You're only able to take their shape.
Yes, only able to take the shape of medium humanoid. So if they're humanoid, I'll be able to do it. If not, then he'll attempt, but then it wouldn't happen.
You look exactly like one.
Okay.
Oh, we lost somebody there.
Todor.
Okay.
But that's what he'll be. Onyx will be doing. It takes an action for him to one action for him to change. So.
Cool.
And it'll probably be an action to disrobe as far as time-wise for regular clothes that he has.
And Abe will, he looks back to Sin, and he asks, do you think it might be best if we have some, a silent knife scouting ahead for us?
And Sin is wiping his forehead, and he's thinking to himself, we've already been through this terrible weather, now we come in this cave, and I'm sitting here sweating, and I'm nasty, and I feel bad, and he's getting grumpy, and he just thinks to himself, it doesn't matter anymore, let's just get them out of our way, let's go forward and take care of these problems. It's the last of my worries right now.
Very well,
And you would
the
think
line
he's
folds this way.
You would think he's probably
Sorry.
upset with you, but he's really not. He's upset with all the environmental factors that are taking place.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's very humid and starting to get a bit hotter in here. I guess the hotness is a nice change, but the humidity is like almost tropical.
And then for a moment, feeling the heat now. Abe is also, he's going to tear a strip from his jerkin that's below his chainmail. He's going to tie a bandana around his head to quell the flow of sweat that's inhibiting his eyes, and then he's back to his 2 picks. He stands square towards the opening to the cave.
Cool. Who would like to go first?
Yeah, Abe's prepared to advance at a regular pace.
Okay, so no stealthiness. You're just approaching.
I think so.
Yeah. As you get a
Right.
little bit. Go ahead, Tony.
Oh, he said correct.
I was just agreeing, correct on that.
Okay. What about you, Onyx? You changed into one of these fish people. Have you told your friends, or are you gonna backstab them?
He was totally
No.
hidden from me. I got a 10 perception. So.
Now, after he gets that accomplished, he'll step out of the whatever shadows that he's in, and he'll a little louder than a whisper, but not very loud. Will in common say, "It's me."
Oh, jeez! and Abe will jump back, but he'll stay his blow though.
Okay. And now three of you are ready to fight, and one are ready to be fishman. Are you still going to go down this way together?
And Abe will ask, "Yes, is there a plan? Do you have a plan afoot?"
Onyx will say, "Let me go down ahead and see if we can get an element of surprise on him.
Ah, very well.
And then if able, you'll hear the racket, because I'll holler, and then come save my bacon."
All right. I will. I'll turn my
At
lantern
that
down
point,
low.
Sin is going to look over at Onyx. Sin's going to look over at Onyx and say, "That'd be a good plan. Why don't you pretend, take me with you and pretend I'm your prisoner, and we'll see if we can dispatch him quickly."
All right. Onyx would be more than willing to attempt that. We got a plan together. What's the rest of the party think of it?
So yeah, Abe will. He'll put his picks down and he'll pull out some rope so you can make fake sort of bondage items.
Ooh, bondage.
And yeah, he'll prepare a few lengths of rope.
No.
As you continue to go down there, Onyx, after maybe not more than 30 feet, I guess, you start to see some shapes at the end of your the length you can see with your dark vision, or like with your devil vision, yeah. And as you get closer, you can see two of the fish people, and they seems to be very confused. The one is standing with a spear in his hand, and the other one is pointing towards a spear on the ground, and there seems to be looking for something before he picks up his spear. And about this time, they look towards you and see you. What languages do you know as Onyx?
Well, Onyx is, he knows, let's see here, Elven, Undercommon, and Common. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, here. What's up here? I think that's about the gist of it.
The guy that stood beside the guy kneeling down to pick up the spear will point his spear towards you.
And is he 30 feet from me or further?
Oh no, he's about 90 feet from you now.
About 90 feet?
Yeah.
And all Onyx is going to do then, since he can't use his awakened mind to get past the language barrier that will be there, is he'll go ahead and yank on the rope, step to one side, and show him, almost like, I got a prisoner.
Yeah, what you actually see is that like a goldfish when it stands in its water, like making this thing with its face. It seems to be doing this, and weirdly, you hear a language. It's a very crude language, and it's very primitive, but you hear, "You caught food. Bring food to boss."
And what Onyx will do is go ahead and yank here and be walking forward still?
You will recognize this language as a dialect of Undercommon.
Oh, okay. Then he'll try to mimic it back with Undercommon. That that he has food, a prisoner, tasty, extra seasoning.
He looks at you and say, "You speak weed. Bring food to boss."
And we'll progress.
Yeah, he will. He continues to look weirdly at you as you walk closer to him. He seems to be pointing in the opposite direction.
Oh, okay. He's pointing in the opposite direction.
Yeah, he points his spear like in the opposite direction, the direction you came from, and he says, "Bring food to boss." And as you if you continue to walk a bit closer to him, you will notice three other of the fish people sitting around what seems to be parts of a horse carcass lying on the ground there, eating meat by a little pond.
Okay.
And behind them you see a wall, so it seems to be like the end of this huge cave, and there seems to be a total of 5 of them here, and he points in the opposite direction and asks you to bring food for boss.
And Onyx will go ahead and do a fairly quick scan of the area. He's seeing that, but he doesn't see any small humanoids like the halflings or nothing around there being disemboweled, right?
No, as you look around, while this strange character starts to stress you and say, "Bring food to boss, bring food to boss, bring food to boss," and you walk around him looking a bit around, and the only you see is like a small pond about maybe 5 feet deep only. 3 of the fish people seems to be sitting like with their feet in it, like almost like having a little bath, while they're eating these chunks of raw horse meat that it seems they have been like just ripping off the horse carcass lying there.
Okay, and Onyx will go ahead and take his prisoner and head off into the direction that this one is insisting that or implying that the boss is at.
Yeah, he will. The 2 guys that stood there, they will follow after you.
Okay.
Like they're not at spare point or anything. They just walk beside you. It seems like they might want to take part in the glory of the food item you just acquired or something like that.
Okay. And when I get about 30 feet from our party with the Awaken the Mind ability, I will tell them, we got some guys following us. Get ready to jump them.
Yeah, and you can all prepare an action. These guys will be walking, rather they will not be alert at all. They will be walking behind this prisoner and his guard, and they will be actually not speaking much. They just seem to be mumbling something inaudible to you.
And every once in a while, after a few steps, he'll turn and look at him and kind of yank on the rope a little bit. And when he does that and he looks on back, he's going to look at his buddy's face and he's going to give it a little wink.
Yeah, and I guess you will all act when they are approximately how close?
When I see him, I'll go at him.
With a lantern, I guess you can see something in a dim light up to 60 feet.
Yeah, I think it's the same as a torch.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. So.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's approximately 60 feet you can see with a torch. What will happen is that these 2 fish people, as they're going there, they're not very much paying attention. So even if they possibly could have seen you earlier, they don't see you before they're close to the 90-inch mark, 90 feet mark. And suddenly they stare up at, I guess they see the fighter and the paladin. I'm not sure if Sin has hidden away.
Since my
No, my understanding, I was with.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Alex.
Yeah, sorry. I thought it was Todor, but Todor is gone. You are the prisoner. The fighter and the paladin. If you would like to hide, you could do so, or you could turn off the light or whatever you like to do.
Well, I was gonna leave the light on, but I would like try to obscure myself. You can make it a real hard DC or whatever. But
Welcome back, Todor.
Hello.
You
Hello.
came just in time to be able to take preparation action. He has actually tricked two of the fish people to come with him from the end of the tunnel towards you guys again, while Sin is disguised like he is the prisoner, while Onyx has disguised himself as a fishman. And they unfortunately got two other guards coming with them back now. And I gave all of you the opportunity to prepare like an action, because Onyx has told you that two guards are coming with him back.
so yeah, I just tried to like press against the wall, I guess, as they were coming around. But yeah, that's my roll. There's 11.
Oh yeah, 11. Now that's fine, because you don't have a disadvantage or anything when you're just standing still, and you have a lot of time to prepare for this, or not a lot of time, but you have the time to prepare. Would you like to do anything, checks?
I don't think Kerrid would really attempt it.
But you're standing with your sword drawn, or?
Yes, his axe would be out and his shield would be up.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Should we take like a 3 to 5 minute bio break? We have been gaming for 2 hours, and we
Perfect.
get back into action when
Sure.
we're back.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Howdy, guys.
Hey, hey.
We still have a few people refreshing.
That gives me a chance to put batteries in my headphones.
Oh yeah, I ran a game yesterday evening, and I don't know what's wrong with my Logitechs, but when they have been on for some time, it starts generating this first a low, like a static hum, like the electric. Like a high frequency humming sound, and it just get higher and more intense, and it drives you insane if you don't take off your headphones. In the end, you're not able to hear almost anything just due to the static noise in them. And I need to reboot my computer and turn off and on my headphones again to get around it.
It sounds like you've got a capacitor in there that's going ahead and starting to break down.
Yeah, I know, but they have been like this for a long time, and it only happens after a very long time of use, and just turning them off and on again, they're back good. But I thought about the capacitor thing, but that's just one of the many issues I had with this.
Yeah, it could be a couple things, but it sounds like you got a component inside the headphones that's starting to break down due to heat. If it's over a long time before it starts up. And when you reset and turn it off and turn it back on, it cools down a little bit and allows it to readjust, or almost like a reset.
Yeah, I agree. It must be something like that. I have blamed my drivers for a lot of things, but now it seems like I finally have sorted out that issue. But now I have this peeping thing. But it happens like maybe every other month or so. So it's not so often that I actually care to complain about it.
Yeah.
Because then I need to send them in. I will be out without them for probably 3 months or so.
Oh man, that's a rough time to be without something just for maintenance.
I'm probably not. It was just like me jumping ahead, but I don't have a good experience having to send equipment into getting it fixed in another country and stuff like that. Are we ready, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Toder notified me about something regarding the length of a spear. I was going off a javelin stats in my head when they threw at it, but I think maybe these creatures originally have spears, but it seems like my much more evil beings have javelins, at least in this one shot, as I have been using those stats all the time. But I'm afraid Toder was correct.
I'm sure it's all good. It's just trying to make sure things are so, but in understandable form. So I'm sure we're all cool.
Yeah, hope so. If you like, you can all roll me initiative, so we have like a going order when you surprise these things.
Quick reminder, what's happening again, please?
Onyx he disguised his form as one of these fish people, and he took Sin as if a mock captive or a fake captive, sort of putting on a ruse, and he approached the two that were charging up to try and catch this owl that disappeared, like they thought. And he came up upon him, and so these two fishmen that they encountered, they just kept telling them, bring food to the boss, bring food to the boss. And but then the fishmen are sort of leading them back towards us, the fighter, Carrid, myself, and you're probably with us too. And we're just like around the bend or right at the opening, and they're probably coming back. And Onyx told us with his active mind that be ready, they're coming, or whatever. They're coming with the baddies.
All right, in that case, I'll hide behind a huge rock.
Would you like to take part in the battle at all?
Yes, I will hide next to the battle. Just try to surprise them as well.
Could you roll me an initiative?
Yep, 15.
Okay, cool. Uh, as you are not within the visible range of these creatures, when you're like being told by Onyx that they're appearing, you can hide as like a total free action, and if you like, you can get one like an opportunity around
Cool.
before initiative kicks in. But I'm going to run it by initiative, so it's not going to be total mayhem here.
Sounds good.
So-
All right, it's too easy.
You guys wanted to start acting when you could see them, and Sin, are you a human?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Due to the lantern of Abe, you're able to spot these fish creatures at about 60-foot mark. But before that, the fish peoples are able to spot Abe standing there with his lantern. They see you at about 90 feet, and they start pointing towards you, and say and start speaking to Onyx, saying, "Food, bring to boss." And they point towards, and they say, "Fight."
So now, Sim is my prisoner. That's with me. So they're on that
Yeah.
dynamic.
But we have Abe. He also needs
They
a
should be
lantern.
within.
Oh, he tried to hide, maybe? Abe?
Oh, there should be one standing right next to me.
Yeah, Abe. Did you place your lantern down on the ground?
No, I clipped it on my belt. Like, yeah, if I'm in front of them, yeah, they can see me. But yeah, I was pressed against the wall. But yeah, I got the lantern right in front of my jewels.
I just screwed up again because like you told me, Sin is actually the prisoner of Onyx, so he would be in front of these guys. So while they get up there and they start questioning Onyx about who are those guys, what are they doing here, it's your turn, Sin, and you can do your prepared action.
Yeah, I'm going to. Well, I have advantage on the roll because I'm just going to let my 2 daggers fall out of my coat sleeves and stab the one that's standing closest to me.
Would that be the one on the right or on the left side? The one on the right side would be within 5 feet of Onyx.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Whichever one's nearest me, that's nearest me in the prisoner situation.
Yeah, you can have your sneak attack on the right guy. Was my point?
Sure. Well, I'll get him then, hopefully. Oh, goodness. 23 to hit.
That's a
And he's
very
going
good
to
hit.
take, let's see, he's going to take max damage on the dagger, so that's 7 piercing, and sneak attack 7 total. So 14 total.
Oh, you stab him twice, and this like a river of this thick floating blood starts seeping out of both the wounds. This guy seems to be very close to death. Abe?
Okay. And
And
yeah, I'm not going to take any bonus. I'm just going to stand there and next to him.
Okay, thank you. Sorry I was a bit quick there, but now, Abe, it's your turn.
cool. And so is that one that just took a double dagger? Is it within movement of Abe?
No, this would be like on the approximately 90 feet mark
Okay.
away from you, because they noticed you, like due
Cool.
to your light source and stuff before they...
I suppose Abe will just take a regular movement, advancing with leaving his lantern lit, and then he'll just take a dodge action. And so he's just cutting down 30 feet of distance.
Okay, you're 60 feet away then, approximately. Yeah, cool.
Excellent.
Smokeleaf, you're hidden very well, I assume.
Do they have any light source?
They don't have any light sources, but you were told by Onyx that I am coming here with Sin as my prisoner, and right behind us are 2 of these fish people.
And is the cavern dark?
The cavern is pitch dark, except for the light source by Abe.
Basically, I don't hear them or see them at this point. So I remain hidden.
Okay. Then it's on to Onyx.
Onyx with that going on, he'll go ahead and cast Sword Blast, and any of them that are within 5 feet of him have to make that Dex save.
If you like, you can move between them without getting an opportunity attack, as you're already standing beside one, and they are standing beside each other. So you can hit both if you like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do that spell make an exception for your friendlies?
No, it doesn't. That's
then you will hit him as well.
But hopefully he has good Dex since he's.
That's fine. You said Dex save?
Yeah, it's a Dex save of 13.
Okay. They'll try to jump away.
Okay.
18 on the first one, and 2 on the second one. That was the one that was gutted earlier by knives, so he is a bit slower.
Okay.
I had a 19.
Anybody that saves from it doesn't get any damage, but the one that didn't will get 6 points of damage.
Okay. Tell me how you describe this bleeding fishman.
All of a sudden, these blades, daggers and scimitars that are shimmering and silverly spectral energy spin around me and just cut them. And Sim, he notices he's a little prepared, I guess, because he's already made an attack to be reactionary, and so he sees us spry up since he's seen me do it once before, and then the other one must have been watching Sim, so he said, "Oh," and was a little reactive that way, and the other one just as blind as a bat and wondering why everybody's jumping back, and he gets sliced and diced up a little bit to whatever extent the DM chooses.
Oh yeah, he is he had 2 really deep knife wounds in his belly from before, and now he gets this kind of razor storm all over him by this spectral swords, and he just falls over dead.
Oh, okay, good.
Then it's on to Kirid.
Seeing the spell go off in the darkness, Kirid is simply going to dash forward towards it.
Then you will be about 30 feet away.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Would you like to do something more in your turn?
No, I'm just going to dash.
Okay. Then the next one up is Sin again.
Okay, we have the one that's left by me and Onyx, and the other one's hurt. I probably can't see him if it's in the dark, but how far away are they?
What did you just say?
We have the one that's left by me and Onyx there next to us, and the rest of the fish people. How far away are they probably?
Oh, from where you're now, probably more than 100 feet away.
Okay, good. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, the one that's left, I'm just going to turn and give him a sly smile and stab at him with the dagger.
Just a question, as I forgot that earlier.
Sure.
Do you have a light source, or are you able to see in darkness?
No, I don't have any light source. So.
Then you would actually have disadvantage on your attacks because it's no light source here.
If I was
Okay,
1
that's
foot
fine.
closer, no.
Oh yeah, but didn't you say that you put down your lantern, Justin?
Oh, it's on my belt.
Oh, sorry. Forget about it, Tony. You don't have disadvantage. Roll normally. I'm sorry, I'm screwing up here.
I wasn't sure about the distance. That's why
No,
I
that's
didn't bring it
fine.
up.
I rolled 11.
Did you hit them?
11 plus 5, 16. Does that hit?
That's a hit.
16. Does that hit?
Yeah.
He'll take 5, 6, 7, 8 piercing damage from dagger and sneak attack.
Yep. He is almost as bad off as his friend just were. Abe, it's your turn again.
Excellent.
After I hit him, I look over at Onyx, and Onyx probably can see me, but I just give him a sly grin and say, "Do that deal again, that magic stuff."
And so I think Abe is 60 feet away now.
That's correct.
Is charge a special ability, or can I do that right now? Can I move double movement and attack?
No, that's a special ability. I'm actually only aware of orcs having it in
Yeah,
50 to
that's
feet.
where I read it from, I think. So, yeah, I'll do the same. I'll just close the distance again, and I'll dodge again.
If you like, I would allow you to throw your pickaxe at him.
Actually, yeah, I'll go. I'll do that. Want a disadvantage because it's weird.
Now you can roll with your dex stats as you're like a normal throwing item. I think that will be disadvantaged enough for you.
Cool. So 12, 14, just 14 for proficiency.
That's a hit.
Excellent. And so just 5 damage.
Oh yeah. You hit him like in the head, but you hit him with a shaft instead of the pointy end, and it's like dunk, oh, and he like starts getting really, really bad shape.
And I just point at him and I say, "There's more where that came from." And that's my turn.
Smoke leaf.
You're muted, Tildor.
Sorry, guys, didn't realize that. All right, thanks. Now that I know shit is happening, I will move 30 feet towards what is happening. And now I'm at 60 feet. What?
If you happen to have anything range as well, you can now see the last guy lit up by Abe's lantern.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll move up and try to discern the situation. How many of them are hurt?
It's only one fish guy left, and he seems to be rather badly hurt. He's been stabbed twice and thrown a pickaxe in the head with the blunt end, but still, it seems painful.
Cool, then I'll try to finish him. And I'll miss. 8.
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunately too little. Then it's Onyx, and you have a feeling that if you don't silence this creature now, it will scream out for aid.
Onyx is going to cast Sword Blast again.
That's another dexterity check.
Yep.
Since it's kind of exciting now, I will be rolling on my screen here. A 12 plus 0.
Okay, and then he misses his because it's a 13. That was close. He almost made it, and he gets.
I had a 15 on my save.
Okay, and he gets 3 points of damage.
Yeah. Now he seems really, really badly hurt, but he's still standing there, almost in like pieces.
And then what Onyx will do is he'll turn and he'll move 30 feet down towards the other fish people in that direction.
That's without a disengage action.
Yeah, that's without. He can go ahead and take the attack of opportunity.
Yeah, with the last strength he has, he will try to stab you. No, bite you, I mean, and he will miss. Actually, I think maybe I hit you with a 16.
Oh, 16, you'll hit.
Oh, yeah. Then you're going to feel the immense pain of 3 damage piercing as he bites you in the back when you're trying to work away.
Okay.
And on his turn, his plan would have been to try to run away, but he's now kind of surrounded any way he runs. So he will desperately try to like fight out of it, and he will try to bite Sin, which is the only one left in melee. And he misses you, and it's over to Kerrid.
Okay, and I should be able to run up and get him in this turn. As he takes a bite, I'm going to try and bring my axe to the back of his head for a 17.
Oh yeah, you hit. Describe how you kill him.
basically, as he turns to take a bite at Sin, he doesn't see the large fighter looming behind him, who just splits his skull in two.
And suddenly, both Sin and most likely Onyx knows how this fish tastes as well as the owl, because it's now fish everywhere around in a 10-foot area here. You're out of initiative. You don't think you alerted the guards, like the people sitting there down eating, but you don't know at the moment.
Well, Sim will, not Sim, but Onyx will continue on down towards him. And he's going to be holding his shoulder or arm where he got bit. And in Undercommon, he's going to the other three down there, he's going to say to him, "Help! Traitor! Attacked!"
They still sitting there, just eating their meat. They will look up at you, and they will start like throwing down their meat, grabbing their spears, and running towards you.
And Onyx will stumble a little bit, play it on up, and hopefully the party will realize kind of what he's going to be trying to do,
Well,
and set themselves up.
Abe saw his friend wander into the dark, so Abe would, after he collected his pickaxe, start walking where he came from. Yep. Sorry to interrupt you. Just to let you know, that's what Abe's thoughts are.
Yeah.
Over to like Kered and Sin and also Smokeleaf. You are kind of dependent on this light source to see anything, all of you, I think. Will you follow Abe?
Yeah, following the light.
You will not, Todor?
I'm not dependent on the light source. I have dark vision of 60 feet.
Oh man, you have? Sorry.
It's just that the last time it was 90 feet towards them, so I couldn't see them.
Oh, yeah.
And Abe will he'll make a little bit of an effort to wipe the fish blood off the lens of his lantern, but he doesn't turn it down though. He leaves it burning full.
Yeah, the fish people.
Yeah, I will, Robert.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Tony.
Yeah, I was just gonna verify. Yeah, I turn and walk with Kered.
The fish people will come running towards you, Onyx, and they will say, "Help! Danger!"
And Onyx and Undercommon will say, "Traitor! Up there! Attack me!" And he'll point towards the area where he just come from, and he'll stumble down into one knee, and hopefully have them convinced at least to go and investigate.
One of the fish people will kneel down beside you, start like looking at the wound in your shoulder. He seems to be like looking for mortal danger, while the two others will run up to investigate this traitor you just talked about. And as I guess you guys are coming down there with a light source, they will still again see you at about approximately 90 feet. That's good, Todor. You can just walk off to the side like 30 feet from the others, and you're in darkness away from the light source. We're just going to run at it with the same initiative if you wish to attack this. And the guide kneeling down beside you, Onyx, he, for some reason, starts licking your wound on your shoulder.
Onyx will go ahead when he starts licking the wound. He'll go ahead and pet his head.
Okay.
As in gratitude.
Yeah. Zin, you will be the first out. You see, or actually you don't see, but you assume that there will be coming some fish people towards you. Would you like to prepare any actions for when they arrive?
Yeah, hearing these footsteps coming towards me, I want to try to hide in the shadows there and hopefully catch one of them off guard when they come up to us and sneak attack him when he gets close.
Yeah. Then it's to Abe. What would you like to do?
Not seeing enemies, Abe is going to just continue on in the direction that Onyx went in his changed form, and then he will take a dodge action with his 2 picks in hand.
Yeah. Smoke Leaf, are you just staying hidden?
I'll stay hidden, but I will move slightly forward and prepare to hit him from cover.
What would you prepare to hit them with?
Oh, the usual.
Okay, yeah.
Eldritch Blast.
Okay, yeah. And then it's on to Onyx. You have this creature licking your wound behind there, and it seems to be like he did it to kind of like help you. It seemed, but now it seems like he is starting to wonder about the tastes.
And Onyx will at that juncture cast Sword Blast.
Yeah, the fish grinding spell.
Yes.
Oh, he rolled a 19. I rolled a 19 for him. So
Okay. So
he jumps away from you and he grabs for his spear.
All right. And
Evelyn.
and undercommon and as loud as he can. Yeah, I don't know if the rest of the party will understand it or not, but it's going to be for purposes immaterial. And he's going to yell, "Ow!" And hopefully it gets the attention of the other 2 fish people that were going forward to look back to distract them. That's the intent there.
This is going to be somewhat stupid, but it's the only game mechanic I know how to apply at this point. We're going to test your knowledge about Undercommon. Try to do a deceiving scream in Undercommon.
Okay. Let's see here. That would be, I believe, a 16.
Oh, yeah.
I got a +5 on deception and rolled an 11.
You see the 2 guys that ran towards your friends turn on the spot directly, like you turn and go back towards you again. They think that you are in grave danger.
Okay. There you guys go. I got them set up. So backstab the shit out of them.
Yeah, the bad thing is that they won't like trigger any prepared actions because they will never walk into your range of actions there. But they will walk away from you with their backs turned to you, and they will walk closer to Onyx, but they're still like 30 feet away from you when they're ending their turns. And Karid, what would you like to do?
Karid is going to employ the same tactics he normally employs. He's just going to run forward. So again, it's another dash action for me.
Oh yeah. What after your dash, you're about 30 feet away from them.
Cool. And yeah, I think I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Then it's Sin again. You see these creatures suddenly turn around, or actually you don't see them turn around, but you hear the scream, and nothing appears in front of you, so you can only guess what's happening. But maybe they turned around.
Yeah, playing first, I can't see them, and this scream, I have no idea if it come from Onyx or one of them. And since our lantern bearer has proceeded out of my range now, I'm just going to play in character, and I'm going to stay hid this round where I'm at, still thinking that maybe some of them are headed towards me.
Still with your action prepared, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, Abe. You can see the back of this fish people as they turn away from you, approximately 90 feet away.
All right. I think yeah, he'll charge up, so he'll dash, and that's good for his turn.
Are you dashing up like so you're shoulder to shoulder with Karid?
That would be fine. But he's just trying to get as close as he can. But yeah, if it's right around where Karid is.
Karid did the same thing. You're kind of like at equal.
Sounds good. Yeah, perfect.
then you both have a nice light, and as well as Onyx has the area around the frog people lit up, and it's over to Smokeleaf's turn. You see the tavern go away from you, but you see, like, in the distance, you see your two, a fighter and a paladin, and you see a frogman. Not two frogmen, like with their backs turned to you.
Cool. So now I see a frogman, and he's within 120 feet.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, let's shoot him from cover then.
With advantage.
Yeah. Full 14.
Oh, that's a hit.
Ooh, cool. Wasn't expecting that. For 13 points of... no, sorry. 12 points of...
12 points of damage.
Again. 12 points of damage, yes.
Oh yeah. You hit him really good. And he seems to be pushed forward by your blasts. Is that all you want to do?
Well, use my action. I'm going to move 30 feet towards them. They dashed, right? So I'm still 30 feet behind them. Yeah, that's my turn.
No, the frog, like the fish people didn't dash, but the other, like the fighter and the...
My guys, yes, I'm standing like 30 feet behind them.
Cool.
Somewhat.
Onyx, you just tried to hit this fishman and he jumped away, and you see his friends are coming to his aid after you screamed for them.
And what Onyx will do then is he'll do a Eldritch Blast to the one that was looking in the shoulder. Let's see if we'll hit. Oh, all right, that'll work. 17.
That's a hit.
And he takes 8 points of damage.
Then this unfortunate fishman is sandwiched between two Eldritch Blasts, and you can describe how he dies from the effect.
Well, let's see here. Onyx, he reached on down, brought his arm up with a claw-like, and there's this purple-black blue power come from his hands in the shape of a claw, reaching on up, but it's a demonic claw, not a mammal claw or anything, coming on up and just grabs him by the throat and holds onto him, shakes him, and then the force of the other Eldritch Blast catching them from the other side meets, and they mingle on into this sickly pale hue over them, and you start seeing the flesh just rip off them and drip on down to the slimy floor.
Awesome. And he is as dead as they get. Then it's the fishman who came to your aid. He runs towards you with his spear, and he looks a bit worried, and he looks a bit confused. So he will actually see if he's able to determine what's going on, which he is not. So he will just stand there looking at both of you, not understanding what to do this round. The other one that you tried to hit will try to hit you back, the one that just jumped away. And he will hit you with his spear for 17 to hit. So that goes above your AC. And he's actually giving you 5 piercing damage. And after he did that, it's Carrod's turn. You have a very confused fishman in front of you.
He's about to be even more confused.
I assumed so.
I'm running forward, hitting him again. Is he 16 to hit?
Oh, you hit.
For 11 damage.
Oh, man. Yeah. He is very damaged, and yeah, he seems even more confused. Then it's on to Sin again. You see approximately 90 feet away from you. You see you see everything there due to the light source.
Yeah, seeing all these magical lights appear and thinking hopefully they come from Onyx, and then seeing the lantern there, a lot of place there, I'm going to use my action and my bonus action dash to move that 90 feet and close in on them, not knowing what's going on. So
Oh
that
yeah.
should put me up there in melee.
If you like, you
And
can
that'll
then.
take all my. Go ahead, Robin.
No, you're standing like you could stand within 5 feet of him, or you could stand just outside the range. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll move up, I guess, behind whichever one's, if it's Carrot or Abe, either one, which one I'll move up close to them, and probably, I guess, 5 foot from the fish man.
Yeah. And then it's Abe's turn.
All right. So there's a fishman that's not facing him.
It's one fishman left who just got this huge axe into its back and is now standing there very confused in front of you.
And Abe's not in any danger of accidentally hitting his friend. He's certain that Onyx is the changed one off to the side. So yeah, because Abe will just swing out with his pickaxes, both going overhand and coming down. So
Oh, you hit on both.
excellent. So 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on the first one, and then 4 on the second one. Piercing damage coming on the top shelf.
As the first of your picks go down, he dies, and you can describe how he dies. The second attack you can actually hit the last one with if you like.
I think they were both going right for the head of this guy, so I'll just double kill him. And yeah, the first one will kill him, and the second one will knock him off the first one.
More perfect. Fish soup. Smokeleaf, it's your turn. You see there's one guy left who just stabbed your very fish-like looking friend with a spear.
Okay. I'll try to finish him off. And this time 14.
That's a hit.
All right. 6.
Oh yeah. He takes damage.
Of the orange variety.
Yeah.
If the paladin moved, I'll move. If he didn't, I won't.
He moved just up to hit the guy, so 30 foot more.
I'm staying 30 feet behind the paladin.
Okay, yeah. Then it's Onyx. Onyx, you just got stabbed by a fishman, the last one left. The fishman, then again, were shot by something very familiar to you, and also that's actually the only thing that happened to him.
All right. Onyx will try to Eldritch Blast it.
He's within 5 feet of you, so that will give you disadvantage on ranged attack.
If he's within 5 feet, then go ahead and I'll do the Sword Blast then.
Okay.
Which is the dex save of 13.
Oh, he rolled a glorious 5.
Okay, and he'll take hopefully a good amount. He takes 3 points of damage.
Okay. He tries to jump away from this thing he has actually encountered before, but he is not able this time. Most likely due to the Eldritch Blast that hits his back, and he's stuck in place as the sword starts cutting him, but he is still alive, and it's his turn. He will try to stab you once more with his spear, but this time he misses you completely.
Good.
Carrot, your turn, and you're within range of this last leap. Actually, you see 2 fish people in front of you, but only one which you think are an enemy.
Yeah, so I'm not confused as to which one to go after. Okay, let's have a go. Oh, crap, natural 1.
A natural 1.
Yeah.
You're very confused about which one you go after.
It's like...
I'm very tempted to say that you actually are confused, but I'm not going to do any critical failures in this one shot. I promised myself up front. So you just miss him completely,
Oh, dog.
You're a better man than me then.
I couldn't let I couldn't let a critical failure go. I'd have to use it just like I would a critical hit. I mean, it's just fair.
I will let you know why later on.
Okay.
It's your turn again, Sin. You are now close to this frogman, this fishman, if you would like to attack him.
Yep, I see Carrot move in for the kill and swing and almost hit Onyx by mistake, and I'm thinking, oh, we've got to get the right one. Let me show him which one it is, and I'll move in, attack him with my rapier. 13 to hit. Does that hit?
That's a hit.
And he'll take, see, 5, 6, 7, 11 total damage.
Yeah, then you kill
Piercing.
one more of these fish people. You can describe how you kill him.
Yep, I move in next to Carrot there and just stab the rapier straight in towards the heart. This one over at Carrot, this was the right one.
Yeah, he falls over dead. They seem to be allergic towards piercing, blunt, and slashing weapons. You're not out of combat and may proceed as you like.
Onyx will now go ahead and change back to his human form. That takes one action. He's standing there naked as a jaybird. And he'll say, hold on a minute here. I got to go back up and get my backpack and get dressed.
Yeah, it's actually on the way back. If you like to just pick it up.
Oh yeah, definitely like to pick it up and get dressed instead of being out all in my buff.
Yeah. Are you wearing leather armor like when you're in your human, like in your human form?
No. In fact, I don't have any. What is surprising is I don't have any armor.
Okay.
It's because it's mage armor that's been my protector.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the mage armor is see-through. So,
yeah, I know.
I get your point. Yeah, you're able to make your way back to your backpack and then pick up your clothes and get dressed in a quick turn if you like.
Yeah, that's what his intent is for the next couple actions. And
what would the rest of you like to do? Would you like to proceed down this way or walk up the other way again?
I'll accompany him to get some stuff from Sarah.
Yeah, that would be maybe 300 feet more than where he needs to walk to.
All right.
But you're continuing on alone?
Sorry?
Are you going to continue on alone to get to your horse or pony?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to my mule and get some stuff and be right back.
Then
Okay.
Abel, he'll just sort of go over, like, is there, just with the lantern, is there anything popping out on these dead fishmen, or are they pretty much naked and with weapons?
Are they? All of them have this kind of a net. It looks like it's almost made out of seagrass. If you kneel down beside it and you take it between your hands and try tearing it apart, you will be able to. So it's not very well made, and it seems to be like an organic material. They have this kind of crude-looking spears that seems to be made out of bones. You're not sure what kind of bones, but they are not. They're not like in a straight fashion. They're like going like this, so it looks like not a very nice spear either. They have this this thin-looking hide armor on them, but it seems to be like just scraps more or less. And some of them have like necklaces with some bones, like maybe some fish bones or some bones from like a small rodent or something hanging on. But it's nothing nothing of value to you.
Okay. And yeah, he'll just take a few minutes rummaging over these, looking at them.
Yeah, unless somebody wants to do something specific. Smokeleaf has gotten his supplies by his mule, and And
And
Onyx have picked up his stuff, and you have been able to investigate these things. Would you like to do maybe a nature check or something to like take a closer look at them?
sure. Oh wow, 19.
Oh man.
Only one too, Robin, because I was following him around.
Yeah. What's your modifier on that?
That I don't have a skill in it. I was.
Okay, yes, you don't. Yeah, just straight 19. How about you, Sin?
You don't even want to know.
Okay. you, what you know is that these fish people are known as Kuotuas, which most likely all the players at my table have understood by now. They are living a lot of different places, but they're also very known for living down in the Underdark. What they're doing up here on the surface world, you are not sure, but you think that they are maybe having like an easy living condition in this cave where such high humidity. You know that they are not very happy about daylight, like sun. They don't walk out in the sun unless they have to. And you know that they will prey on like smaller like rodents, smaller fish, and stuff like that. And you have also heard, you don't know this as a first-hand knowledge, you maybe heard rumors or something, but they are a very religious race, or a very religious species. They tend to like worship gods and bring gifts to their gods and stuff like that.
And so yeah, while me and Sin are rooting around through these bodies, I'll relay that out verbally so that it's known. And I'm pretty sure though Sin probably thinks I'm just making it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just looks at you.
And then, so Abe's mind would wander. He was wondering, oh no, never mind. I was going to say something, was there a pond? But that was somebody else. Abe wasn't up in that, hearing that stuff.
Most likely Onyx would have told you guys by now, but there was a small pond down there, but it doesn't look like anything that it could like live in. It looked like more like, you know, those small pools for children that you can put your legs in and it covers you to the ankle more or less. It's like that deep. It's just a small pit in the surface where they seem to be like just hanging around to have a nice wet time while eating meat. That was like the thing he was able to notice by just looking down there and walking up again.
And Onyx, at the juncture when the party gets on back, will tell him that he kept telling me that the leader was that way to take the sim food up that way, and relay that information to the party so they would also know that. After he's dressed, because he's a touch modest.
Did you get anything why we're there here on some sort of a sentry mission? Like, what were they looking for? Or
the way he hit, I don't want to metadata this. The way Onyx would probably approach it and look at it is said they must have been hunters, because he was telling me to take food to the leader, to the boss, and they were eating on the horse that must have went with the cart that was there, because they were pulling hunks of flesh down by the waiting pond.
Weird. I tell you, those things are probably not our biggest concern right now. I bet this awful weather lately is probably caused by something much more sinister, just to have his fish-like minions feel good about themselves and, you know, walk out of their caves. I heard about those creatures. They're disgusting.
Having been in this area before for some time, you all know that being by the coast, it's not uncommon that this bad weather hits this part of the country at this time of year. It's like
just paranoid about demons and stuff. That's all.
Yeah,
I
but
don't say it out of any knowledge.
it's like the normal like fall weather in this region. But it's maybe a little bit more. It's been like a little bit more extreme the last days, but maybe for just two days or so, which is not uncommon either.
And Abe will just he'll top off the oil in his lantern, and he'll remark that maybe we should try the other path now.
Yeah, as you turn, people have been gathering supplies and stuff, so you're more or less like by where you started, by the entrance. And as you're making your way upwards, you see that the cave is equally big this way. Like the width of the cave is the same, more or less, and it's maybe 30 feet high up to the ceiling here as well. And it's very similar to the other direction, but same as the other direction here, it starts to be narrower by the time you walk. And when you walk for maybe 10 minutes or so, it starts to narrow into this kind of corridor, which is maybe, say, 40 feet wide or something, and it starts to curve slightly to the right. So it seems to be like taking you in like a little different direction and a little bit smaller area than earlier. Who will be walking up front of you?
Abe is happy to take the lead.
Okay. Anyone together with him?
I would probably take point as well.
Okay. Unless somebody would like to do anything in front of these people. Now I only count them in, and you guys are somewhere behind them where you would like to be. If you would like to take a hide action or something, let me know, unless I'm just going to assume that you're walking behind them.
Letting you know.
Yep. As the two of you walk in, you can see that this narrow path is now widening up again as you're coming into a new cave. You haven't walked for very far before you see that in front of you, it seems that the ground is going slightly downwards. And as you're walking closer there, you see the ground is slanting gradually steeper and steeper downwards, and it seems to go down into some sort of pit. If you continue to walk closer to this pit, you will be able to see that by the time you're like the edge of the pit, there seems to be 2 creatures standing in the bottom of the pit and 4 creatures lying down. And the distance from the edge where you are standing and down to the lower part where they are standing are approximately 50 feet. And the 31st feet that goes down here are maybe as steep as 30%, 30 degrees steep. So it's you would assume if you are about to walk down here, it will be very hard to keep on your feet. But if you're just sitting down on your butt or something, you can slide out without harming yourself. And it evens out at the bottom of the pit. And the pit width in total seems to be about approximately 40 to 50 feet wide. And in the middle here, these 2 creatures are standing, and the 4 other are lying down. But you're not able to make out anything about them from this distance with your limited sight.
When Abe sees that, so sorry, there's the 30-degree grade. That's like the next step, essentially.
Yeah, like if you step forward now, you will start walking down this really steep side of the pit.
Yeah, Abe will take that step and slide down.
Okay. Yeah. Would you like to try to keep on your legs, or would you like to just fall down on your ass and slide down?
Yeah. He's gonna try to have his left foot forward and have his knee down on the right and sort of slide down. Yeah, and keep his balance. He's gonna try to.
Okay. Yeah, you can take a dexterity saving throw, and you can, since you're trying to keep on your feet there, I can give you an advantage if you like.
Oh, cool. So no mods, just a 12.
Okay, you try to sit down on your knee, but you feel, oh, there's goddamn slimy substances here as well, and you slip off and you land on your back as you go down, and you go down in quite some speed, like your sheer weight on top of the slippery surface, and you're rushing towards the bottom of the pit in a high speed. What would the rest of you like to do at this point?
Kerod would have been attempting the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Try and get down.
You can have the dexterity check with an advantage as well if you try to like put one knee to the ground to hold your balance.
Thank goodness for that. That's a 17.
Oh, you are about to go on your ass when you're suddenly like manage to like tilt forward and you keep your balance and you slide down like one of those ski jumpers more or less when they're landing, and you slide down beside Abe lying there on his back trying to get up with his picks in his both hands and the lantern like showing light in every direction. What about the rest of the group?
Sorry, I phased out a little. How far did you say?
It's from top to bottom. It's about 50 feet, but it goes like the first 30 feet goes in a steep slide and it evens out. So you assume you won't take any damage by jumping off here, but if you try to keep on your feet or go back on your, like sit on your butt, will be a difference if you're able to stand or just slide on your butt down.
I'll use my rope.
You don't find anything to fasten your rope in around here. It's kind of flat around.
Oh, it's kind of lying around. All right, then I'll slide.
You could always give the rope to one of your companions, though.
No.
Okay.
19 on a dex check.
Oh,
you
yeah.
said something about it?
You're
All
doing that shitty Legolas stuff with a shield. You're down there beside these guys on your feet.
Same thing, Robin. After seeing the two big armored guys go down and watching Smoke Leaf make a little bit better attempt, he thinks, I'll show them how to do this. And I'm going to slide down with 11.
Oh, you fall on your ass and you slide down, like in the more or less the same pile as Abe is already lying. And Onyx, you're last. What would you like to do? Charles?
I was just looking at my character sheet there on some items to see whether or not I had something I could use for it. And what Onyx will do is from the edge of this down to the center where those individuals are. What's that distance?
Approximately 50 feet.
Approximately 50 feet. That's a little bit longer than what I wanted. He'll take out his daggers in each hand, and he'll kind of chop away down on his knees and hands and work his way down in, the side of it to give him the hand holds into it, almost like using pinions, but not quite as well.
You're winning your advantage.
And let's see here. Okay. Oh, okay. I like the advantage, and that would be, and that's a dex check, right?
Yeah, that would be a dex.
Okay, so that's that will give me a 16.
You are able to make a controlled descent into this pit.
Good.
As you're all getting down there, I assume that you're all doing this approximately at the same time. Maybe Onyx is a little bit slower as he's actually taking his time and doing this in a controlled fashion while the others were like sliding down on their feet or on their ass. You're all going to get down here at the same time. And the two creatures standing there, which you probably would already have guessed, you see they are fish people, and they will come towards you with their spears. At the same time, you're also able to notice the four other shapes down in this pit look very much like halflings. I need you all to roll me an initiative.
Oh, 1. Come on.
Sorry, Robin, I can no longer type because I'm on my phone. My PC fucked up again.
Oh, it's fine.
It's
Just let
17.
me know. Okay, 17. I'll just need to remove some things here. And we have Mr. Sin at 6. And we have, oh my god, finally checks.
Yeah, waste a natural 20 on initiative. My luck.
Oh, you will get your chance again. And then we have Onyx with a 10. And we have, who's the final one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, Abe rolled a 1. Okay, the Kuatuas will be at, oh. And the okay, first out will be Carrot.
So how far away were they?
Oh, if you get back up on your feet, you are in front of them.
Alright, in that case. Swing with an axe as a stand. Oh, 19 on the die.
A perfect hit.
That's only 7 damage.
Oh yeah, he feels it.
And that'll be me.
Okay, next one will be Smokeleaf.
Okay, they're like next to us.
Yeah. Or
Bastards.
if, like, since you had like a perfect descent down here on your feet, you could actually aim to be further away. The pit is like a 50 feet wide, now 40 to 50 feet wide, and these people are in the center, so you could just be at the edge of the pit if you like to.
The one just got hit, still standing.
Yeah.
So I'm moving like the furthest back that I can.
Yeah.
And I shoot at him with orange light and a crit. Whoop whoop.
Then you can describe how you kill him.
Let me think. All right. My Eldritch Blast just comes out of my index finger, and just before it approached his face, it just splits in very tiny multitude of tiny little blasts or bolts, and they kind of embrace its face or whole head in orange light, and they appeared as though lava is melting his head as he drops on the floor.
Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
Then it's the guy just beside the guy with the melted head's turn, and he will start freaking out. He will try to spare Kerrid. An 18 on the die. 21 to hit. That hits you, Kerrid.
Oh yeah.
And you get 2 piercing damage.
No.
But what you all are able to see with your passive perceptions are that on top of this crater or the pit, you see Kuatuas appearing. At first, only maybe 4 or 5 coming closer to the edge, and they keep pouring in. Maybe 10, maybe 15, and they start like circling around you on top of this pit. Together with them, you see 4 Kuatuas carrying like some torches in their hands from each side more or less. So the entire pit is lit. You're able to see all the Kuatuas, and they seem to be maybe 20, 30 Kuatuas there now. They all are starting to make this kind of weird chanting noise as they appear. They seem to be saying some kind of some kind of chant, and from like the opposite side than you entered, a different looking of these fish people will arrive. He is approximately the same size. He doesn't look that different in size, but he has a lot of what you would assume they will be treating as ornaments, like necklaces with fish bones and some pelts and stuff fixed all over his body. In his hand, he has a scepter, and all you can hear in this room now is the growing sound of the chant saying something in the words like Yanga Ganga Gayog Sogotho Yangala, going over and over and over again. And it's getting higher and higher and higher. And the one on top, they seem like awakened people, like the when you're preaching and feeling like the spirit of your God. They seem to be completely taken away by this. And the next thing you will notice is that in the middle of the room, right beside where you're standing, some kind of fluid starts to pour out from the ground, straight out of the rock surface. Some fluid starts to come out, and it's not that much at this point. It's maybe like a small puddle of water, but it looks to be in shifting between like a yellow, greenish, grayish, and blackish color, and it seems to like be seeping out constantly. And it's Onyx's turn.
Onyx will go ahead and on the shaman or the leader, the boss there, he's gonna cast a sacred flame on his butt, hopefully alerting the people around him that the gods are angry with him. He has to make a dex save of 13, and
is it Dex with a sacred flame?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He failed that one.
Okay. Then he'll get hit by it, and he'll take 5 points of damage.
Yeah, you see he stands there like with the scepter out and his hand just saying this kind of weird chant, and you can see his eyes are almost like tilting backwards in his head, his weird fish eyes, as you hit him with his blast, and it seems to like catch a fire on like the upper part of his arm, but he doesn't seem to care at all. It seems like he doesn't feel anything at this point.
Okay, and as a free action, Onyx will holler out and say, "You have angered the great old one, and he smites you with his flame."
You won't get a reply from him at this point, but maybe later on.
Okay, and that's what Onyx can do in this scenario.
Sin, it's finally your turn.
Okay, and just to clarify that Carrot is in melee, one of the original two, right? Is that right?
Yeah, one of the original ones are already dead, but there's one left.
Okay. Before I take off running towards him, I'm just going to turn at Onyx after we see this multitude of them surround us and this priest-looking guy. I'm going to look over at Onyx and go, point up at him, "He's yours. Take care of him. I've got this." So I'm going to take off running towards Carrot and attack the one that he's engaged with. Let's see, 21 to hit, and he'll take, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 piercing from rapier.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay, I just keep
sorry.
I almost.
He hadn't taken any damage. He only had taken those 11. Sorry. Bookkeeping error. He's now taken 11 damage.
Okay. Okay. And
Would you like to do something else?
I'll stand my ground. I'll stay right next to Carrot. Nope, I'm going to just around this run.
Abe, you're up.
Okay, so Abe, uses 5 feet of movement, I guess, to get on his feet. and he will he'll go right past the sort of combatant and probably invoke an attack of opportunity, and he's going to go right to the closest body that looks like with the halfling bodies and inspect it. He's going to drop his weapons and try to move it, identify it to see whether or not it's possibly this family, or at least a halfling.
Do you avoid the pool of liquid on the floor?
He wouldn't if it's between him and the closest halfling, because he
It
wants
depends.
to
If you're
help.
walking, if you walk to the right, you go straight through the pool. If you walk to the left, you avoid it. It's just where you would like to stand in a room.
Let's go low for left. So yeah, left. I went left.
Okay, yeah. You're walking around this pool over, and you can see it seems to be like a halfling woman, maybe in her, maybe about 100 years old or something. And you can see two halflings in their teens and a little girl, most likely only like 10 years old or something.
Not conscious, or dead, maybe.
Oh, they seem to be all alive. They just seem to be bound and gagged.
All right, and then Abe would pick his weapons up and he'd just stand there. But did he invoke an attack of opportunity? Was there a guy right there?
No, the guy is surrounded by all kinds of people, so he's not able to hit you.
And so he'll dodge if he has any action left. But
cool. Kerad?
Kerad is going to attempt to finish off the one that's still standing there.
Yeah.
15 to hit.
Hit.
I'm rolling bad damage. 6 damage.
Oh, he's dead. Describe how you kill him.
As I believe it's Sin stabbed it at him last time, Kira's going to turn around, move around behind him, and smash his axe straight into his spine, just shattering it.
Yeah, he falls falls to the ground, completely dead. Would you like to do something more in your turn?
Yeah, if possible, I'd like to move up to where Abe is, or as close as I can get to him.
Yeah, you can do that. You can like get in line with Abe.
And that'll be me.
Then it would be Smokeleaf turn.
All right, just the new arrivals. Do they look like they have any weapons on them?
They seem like all of them are carrying spears on their backs, or like not all of them, but some of them, and some are carrying like the nets in their belts, but they don't have any weapons in their hands. They're standing with their hands up in the air and just chanting now.
Mm-hmm. So the priest is my primary target then. And I rolled really poorly, like 7.
That's a bit too low, but you're actually able to hit one of the guys standing right beside him.
All right, one of the bystanders takes it. That's it. I'm staying as far as I can.
Yeah, the guy you hit just falls over for a second and gets back up there, a little singed in his face, and continues to just chant out this chant they have. And it's the creatures continue to chant, like I said, but a pool of liquid on the ground will continue to grow. The fluid continues to flow out of the ground and starts to take a gelatinous shape before you suddenly see many eyes, several mouths, and 6 long tentacles take shape while it continues to grow. It is in just a few seconds, it has grown to the size of a bear, and it starts swinging its sticky tentacles around while you hear deep, horrendous gurgling sounds, and the many eyes are staring in all directions. You can all take wisdom saving throws, and you two warlocks, you can do it at disadvantage.
Ooh.
Out of 2.
But 2 is always good.
And I got 18.
The 3 words a fighter never wants to hear. Wisdom saving throw.
Onyx got a 15.
With disadvantage?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
I did the same.
You did the same? That's also awesome.
11 and 16 on the dice, so I have +4.
Yeah. Let me see. Smokeleaf was your name.
Yep.
And
I don't like how he says was. That's past tense.
let me see. Could Carrot and Sin roll a d8?
Oh, boy. How about a 5?
A 5 is a good number.
Please tell me a 3 is a good number as well.
3 is also a good number. Could you both roll me a d100 as well?
Oh, here it comes.
12.
A 12? How about you, Carrot?
Don't worry, Sin. I'll see that your share goes to the temple.
A 60?
Yeah.
Okay, Sin. We can check what's happening with you first. The character retreats into his or her mind and becomes paralyzed. The effect ends if the character takes any damage. You are completely mesmerized by this mental attack. You hear all these horrible sounds, and it sounds like the death screams of thousands combined with all the scary monster sounds you heard in your life.
Okay.
Carrot. The character must use his or her action each round to attack the nearest creature.
I knew that was going to happen.
Could you roll me a d10 as well?
10.
Oh, it's only going to last for 10 minutes.
Oh, that's not too bad then.
No, it's just 60 combat rounds. So the next thing that will happen are that the tentacles will start waving around in the room here, and I need to roll like a percentage die. I will do this with Dice Stream to make it as unfair as possible. So that will be 1 attack on Smokeleaf and 1 attack on Onyx. The one for Smokeleaf will be nothing at all. It misses you completely. The one for Onyx will be 14 to hit. You had a 16, didn't you?
Yes. 16.
Oh, it misses you as well.
Good.
Then you see one of the tentacles will grab one of the halflings, and it will grab the halfling teen boy up in its tentacle and starts pulling it towards the mass in the middle of the room. Then it will be Onyx's turn.
Onyx will cast Crown of Madness on this beast.
Yeah.
It has to make a Wisdom saving throw of 13.
Yeah. As you cast a Crown of Madness on it, you hear a noise in your head. It's more a noise than a voice, but it tells you, "What are you trying to do? Feed me, peasant."
And all Onyx is going to do is just kind of shake its head and, whoa, basically mentally within himself and look around and says, "Damn!"
Next one up will be Sin. You will be paralyzed for this round.
Correct.
So it's Abe's turn.
All right. So Tentacle just reached out for one of the unconscious bodies, and if possible, Abe would like to smite it and then hit it with his offhand as well.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah, awesome. So 15,
It's
17 to hit.
Yeah, it seems to be somewhat flexible and fast, but you're able to hit it with a 17.
Excellent. So I will smite the first one, but I'll see if I hit with the second one. So yeah, same thing.
Oh yeah, you're plunging both of your war hacks into this tentacle.
Perfecto. And so here's the first one. And then 2 radiant damage, I think. 2d8 radiant damage. So 7. So 13 radiant damage. And then...
The tentacle off.
Awesome. And 4 piercing. And then if there's still more to be damaged for the other one, it's just 6 piercing damage for the other.
Oh no, the tentacle is completely ripped off. It's just lying, curling around on the floor, and it seems to be starting to melt by the end of like your turn. It seems to be starting to melt, but it has released the grip around the little halfling girl. My boy.
Excellent. And I'm down to 2 charges now. So excellent. That's my turn.
Carried.
Okay, clarification. Who is the nearest creature? Or what is the nearest creature?
We can do it in a funny way. We can roll a d6, where, or actually, Smokeleaf would not be the nearest creature. He made a point that he would like to stay as far away as possible. And I wouldn't think the halflings to be the closest, so we can take away 5.
I think it'd just be me, though.
I believe so, but...
You and Sin, maybe.
I was hoping the clarification would go the other way.
You can roll a d4, where Sin would be 1, and Abe would be 2, and 3 and 4 would be the monster.
I rolled a 2.
So that would be Abe.
Sorry, man.
Oh, no worries. That's out of character, no worries.
It's now you're going to get the d20s you were looking for.
16.
Oh, that doesn't hit.
Okay, you don't want to use like your precision strike or anything to hit here?
No.
It's okay. Smokeleaf, it's your turn.
Once again, when I was doing a campaign and the hand of Vecna finally got our paladin, suddenly he forgot to smite and do anything else. Seeing the chaos, I will take out my water skin and a tiny ritual cup. I will pour quickly a little bit of liquid, and I'll just pour it over myself, and it will. I will suddenly be surrounded by this effervescence, I don't know how to pronounce this word, light, which is kind of bluish, and then I will just try to somehow reach this creature if it is within 30 feet of me.
It would be within 30 feet of you, but what did you just do to yourself?
Armor of Agathis. Well.
Cool. Which level?
2nd.
Okay, yeah, so 10 points.
Yep. And my 3rd language that I picked up is deep speech.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go after. I'll try to reach this creature and tell it in deep speech, "What are you doing? It's not us you're after." And that will be my turn.
Cool. I'll try to remind myself about your like that, a note. Then
I'll remind you. Don't worry. Anything.
Yeah, it was no issue because it's after you, so I didn't have to remember for so long. It will answer you telepathically, and it will say, "You do not know who I am after. You are here to serve me as food. Obey." And it will try to hit you with a tentacle for 17 to hit.
Yep.
Then it just grapples you, and you are grappled and restrained as it starts pulling you towards its main blob. Does it specifically say that you need to deal damage in order to Armor of Agathis to work?
No, it needs to hit you with a melee attack.
Okay, well then I guess your armor will explode at the time it grapples you.
Explode? No,
Yeah,
it
like
will
you will
take
deal the
10 cold damage. Yeah.
Yeah, as you are being grabbed, it seems like your armor is being like reactive to this, and you hear like some kind of, you can describe the sound your armor makes, and a tentacle seems to be shredded to pieces.
As it collapses, I will say, no, you will suffer and serve me as food, as I will point my finger towards it and have it make a dex save of 13.
On its own turn?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What are you doing?
Hellish Rebuke.
Oh yeah. What kind of damage is that actually?
Fire.
Okay. Yeah, it made 15.
So it will take half of 9 points.
Half of 9
damage.
or 9?
Half of 9.
Okay, yeah. We're gonna say 5 then, to be nice.
Ooh, for once.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then you shredded one of its tentacles. It's lost 2 tentacles. It will then try to grab one of the annoying knights, I assume, with its tentacle for 18 to hit. I just need to determine which of you. 1 to 3 will be Abe, and 4 to 6 will be Karad, and I rolled a 1. So Abe?
Yeah, he got me.
He got you? Well,
Yep.
then you are grappled and restrained in a tentacle.
Okay.
At the same time, you guys are seeing that the 2 tentacles who were just cut off starts to grow out again from a new position to like replace the old ones. And you all can make a new wisdom saving throw, and still the warlocks at disadvantage.
Do I need to make one also, Robin?
Oh yeah, unfortunately. Being paralyzed doesn't prevent you, doesn't save you from this.
Okay.
What the-
7 this time.
14.
Oh, let me see.
I had a 14.
Uh,
14 also for Onyx.
Wow.
we can start. Oh yeah, it's going to be the same guys again. Was your save 6, Tony?
14.
No, I had a 14. That was
Oh.
6 was last time.
Okay, sorry. So it's actually
Three of us had 14s.
yeah, and it's 115. So that will be
I had a 7.
You had a 7 as well. Okay, yeah, sorry, 7. Could you and Karad roll me a d8?
7.
Oh, that's a good one.
3 for me.
Oh, the same. And I need a d100 roll from both of you.
$75.
What's that? 12.
Okay, let me see. First with Karad. Your character retreats into his or her mind and becomes paralyzed. The effect ends if the character takes any damage.
Find
And-
me some good luck. No, I'm just kidding.
And for Smokeleaf, with your 75, the character experiences uncontrollable tremors or tics, which imposes disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws that involve strength and dexterity. Somewhat lucky, though. And you can roll a d10 to see how long it lasts.
8 minutes.
80 hours.
All right, 80 hours.
You scored kind of good on this one. And that will be all it would. Oh, no, no. One last tentacle. Grabbing for this time, it will be the halfling girl, the teen girl. So both the halfling girl and Abe are starting to be pulled towards the huge mass in the center of the room now. And it's onto Onyx.
Onyx will cast Witch Bolt at it.
Okay.
And let's see.
Roll to hit.
Let's see here. Oh, sweet Jesus. That's a 19.
That's a hit.
And let's see here. Since it's a heal, come on, good roll, good roll. Not bad. I'll suck it up. That's 13 points of damage.
Oh, that's good. Okay. And it's Witch Bolt. You could use your action every turn to apply the same effect, can't you?
Yeah. Yep, it's an automatic hit as long as I have. He doesn't take full cover.
Yeah, and you need to keep your concentration or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Goody, goody. I remembered it partly. Are you done with your turn then?
With that, I'll go ahead and. With these tentacles that have been flying around, I'm going to try to step back as far as I can without sliding and falling. I don't know how many feet that is, but I'll take whatever I can with my move action.
Yeah, you can move. You can move up to the same distance as Smokeleaf if you like to. That's approximately 25 feet away from this.
Good,
beast.
that's fine. That's fine. And that keeps me within the range of it and everything. I'm good.
Sin, it's your turn. You can finally act again.
Okay. I stood there and grabbed my head for a moment and think, what just happened? What is all of this? And this creature, how far is it from me, probably?
You haven't been directly attacked by it. So you could choose to be in melee range, or you can choose to be outside of melee range, as it's your first actual action towards it.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably at this point I was outside melee, but I see it pulling Abe in towards it, correct? Because he's caught by it. Well, what I want to do is I'm going to think, I got to have somebody to carry the lantern when we leave out of here, so I got to save him first. So I'm going to move up and attack the tentacle if I can. That's holding him.
Yep.
Let's see, 18 to hit.
How much?
And on damage, 18 to hit, and damage will be 9 piercing.
That's a hit, and you dealt it 9 damage?
Yes, correct.
Oh, you're cutting at the tentacle. It seems to almost be cut off, but it's still attached to Abe. And it's still, like, pulling him in. Do you want to do something else on your turn?
Yep, still being dazed I am, no bonus action. No, I'm still going to be dazed and just stand there and kind of look at this tentacle thinking, I got to save him.
Then, Abe, it's your turn. You are grappled and restrained. You could try to force your way out with a strength saving throw, or you can try to attack it at disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll put all my muster into trying to break free, and I'll go for a strength. Oh, critical one. I broke a rib.
You you spent so much energy forcing this tentacle off you that you actually walked 5 feet closer to the center mass.
That's fine. I'm sorry. It is a 7 though. My bad. I got my old grognard eyes on.
Oh, then you're standing at the same place, but you're not free, unfortunately.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Hey, Rob, I got a quick question if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Would he get advantage on that though if I'm sitting next to him or not, since I'm there close to him, if he's trying to ungrapple himself?
No, he wouldn't be able to give you any advantage unless you spend your action to just try to break it off with a strength check.
Okay, fair enough. Just a quick question. Thank you.
Kirid,
Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
now you will be paralyzed for this turn. I'm sorry. I
No
wasn't
worries.
meaning to pour salt in the wound here.
I'm
Smokeleaf,
okay,
it's your turn.
Any specific thing that I have to do?
What?
Any specifics what I have to do because I failed my wisdom saving throw?
No, didn't I read up an effect for you? Yeah, you're just paralyzed. No, that was new. You got the.
I rolled a 7 and then 75.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you are the one experienced the uncontrolled tremors, so you have disadvantage on any checks involving strength or dexterity for the next 80 hours.
Apart from that and nothing else?
No, nothing else.
All right. Did it look singed by my hellfire?
Yeah,
Cool.
not singed in that form. It like you didn't.
Yes.
It didn't. Entire thing wasn't covered in flame, but it seems to at least do some effect to it. It was like a little black on the surface there for a while.
Well, that gives me at least some optimism on the situation. And then I will attack it with, well, still I'm standing far from it, so I'll attack it with my, what was it called, Eldritch Blast, and I'll roll a 23. And where's my damage dice? I'll use this one. For 9 points of force damage.
Okay, yeah, you deal 9 damage to it, and this time you're attacking the center blob.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What I need,
With my fire, I also attack the center blob.
yeah, but it was a kind of a different effect.
All right.
Don't mind my weird questions. I only need Abe to take a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, and the same for checks when he's back.
5, flat 5. That's what I got at disadvantage.
Yeah. And oh, actually, are you within 5 feet of it at this point, Sen?
Well, I went from.
No, not you, but Sen, the rogue.
Yeah, I would have been, Robin, correct, because I moved up to try to cut loose.
Then I need a dex saving throw from you as well. And one from you checks a dex saving throw.
Okay. Oh, 7.
7 as well.
Oh! As this Eldritch blast hits the big puddle in the middle, it seems to splash off some kind of liquid from it, and it hits both Abe and Karen and Sin, and you feel this burning sensation, almost like acid hit you, for 3 acid damage.
Okay.
And it's turn again if you're done, Smokeleaf.
Oh yeah.
Okay. The first thing it will do in its turn is to continue to winch Abe closer to its mouth. It will also try to grab. Let me see. I need to randomize this thing again.
Randomize it.
A 28. That would be Karen. And you're not currently grabbed, are you, Karen?
No.
Okay. And it will be Smokeleaf, and you're not currently grabbed, are you, Smokeleaf?
Nope.
Okay. The attack towards Karen would hit for 20, and Smokeleaf would hit for 20 as well.
Hits me, and you know what happens? What hits me?
I don't think you have that shield up anymore.
Why?
Because you only had 10 points, and I think it's empty.
But it grappled me. It didn't give me any damage.
No, but it did, you gave that shield
damage. That's not how it works. As long as I have the temporary hit points that have not been stripped away from me, I keep doing 10 points of damage to anyone who hits me with a melee attack.
Okay, yeah, then it explodes again. The tentacle goes off as it hits you.
And it says, yeah! I got this, my lord.
And the one hitting you, Karen, grapples you and starts to pulling you towards the blob in the middle again. I just need to take some notes. There. And the next thing it will do, and I'm so sorry for this, Abe, as you're getting pulled towards one of its mouths that suddenly appears, it was maybe about the size of, say, like this big, but as you're putting closer, it like gapes up and looks like most of you guys have probably seen the old 80s horrors, the Critters movies.
Oh yeah.
If you haven't, just imagine a great white shark. It looks like that mouth now, as it tries to bite you. Oh, that's maybe not so good. That will be 18.
That is my armor class if I still have my picks in my hand, which is up to you.
Oh, you still have your picks in your hand.
Yeah, it's 18.
Okay, then it
But
actually.
yeah, that's a hit, I guess. So.
Yeah, it just hits you. And I will apologize for this. I will actually roll this in Dice Stream, or else I'm so tempted to nerf it every time.
I dub this strike the Decapitator.
That will be 19. Piercing.
I'm still okay.
Good. It tries to eat you while it starts munching on your armor.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
But you actually find out that by eating you, it seems like it's not able to terrorize your minds, at least this round. And it regrows the tentacle that just exploded off, and it grabs.
Don't tell the others that. They're gonna let me be fed to it.
And it grabs another halfling as well. And this time it's gonna be Mama Halfling. And it rolls. Oh, actually misses Mama Halfling. Mama Halfling is too quick. Then it's on to Onyx.
Onyx is going to redirect the lightning bolt to hit it, and it's going to take 15 points of damage.
Oh. Yeah. Noted. Anything more you want to do on your turn?
Just that Onyx is going to try to stay out of its range and whatnot, basically dodging.
Oh, yep. Then it's Sin's turn.
I'm going to try to continue to cut Abe loose from it, I hope. Let's see, didn't hit. 19 to hit and 10 piercing.
Oh, you slice that tentacle right off.
Okay. And I guess Abe fell at my feet, huh?
He's actually halfway into the mouth of this monster at this time.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand my ground. What the heck?
Then it's your turn, Abe. Would you like to try to crawl out of this monster's mouth? You can do so with a strength check.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so yeah, I'll do that. 8, 11 is what I got on it.
It doesn't seem like you're able to pull out. It just got a too good grip. The DC is 15.
All right, and all right. So yeah, that's everything I have to do then.
Yeah, you have a bonus action if you can do something like if you would like to healing surge or something. If you have that.
Oh, is lay of hands bonus?
Yeah, no, but I'll let you do it as a bonus action. You're kind of like having your hands by your side. You can touch yourself if you like to.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll rub my shoes together, and yeah, I'll lay my full 15 points of health into myself.
Yeah.
See if I can go through one more bite. That'll be my turn.
Cool. Then we're on to Carrot again. You are now grappled and no longer paralyzed, but you have this icky tentacle around you.
Is it just a basic grapple check to try and get free?
Yeah, if you like to.
19 on the die, 24.
Oh yeah, you're free.
And I'm going to use my action surge at this point because I presume that would be the closest creature.
It will.
18, 23 to hit.
That's a hit.
And now I'll use my superiority dice. 19 damage, and the next attack has advantage.
Oh, nice.
That's next attack that anyone else takes, by the way.
You know what? Instead of that, I'll let you cut off 2 tentacles, if that's okay.
Your call.
Unless you're going to lose that effect, because the tentacle you give advantage on will already be cut off.
Right, I see.
And you dealt enough damage almost to take out 2, so I'll let you take off 2 tentacles if you like.
Sounds good.
Yeah, cool. Then we're on to Smokeleaf.
Alright, the blob. 20 to hit for... God damn it, 4 damage.
4 damage? Oh yeah. You're so lucky, Abe, that you're allowed to take a dexterity saving throw while inside the mouth of this thing. And the same applies for Sin. And yeah, only those
3.
2, I guess. 3!
3.
You get 2 additional acid damage.
Awesome.
I had 7, Robin.
7? 2 acid damage for you as well, then, Tony.
Okay.
And then it will be... yeah, at this point you actually see it starts to bring some kind of panic to the Kuatuas up top of this crater. Some of them seems to actually stop chanting and start pulling away, while the priest still stands there like chanting for all he has. But it seems like some of them are like going away. And it's the thing's turn again. It will grow back to 2 tentacles that was just cut off. At this time, it will actually bring the teen girl halfling up to its mouth to take a chew at that one to see if it tastes any better than the armor of the paladin.
Abe yells, "Eat me!"
Bet she does.
Yeah, you all see the halfling girl being... you just imagine you put something living into a meat grinder. This is exactly what it looks like. And there's nothing left of the small halfling girl.
Ew.
Well, there goes 100 gold.
Again, 2 tentacles will be swinging. And this time it will be... it will be Sin once more, and it will be Abe. It will not be Abe, it will be Smokeleaf.
I just hit it, and then it was it, and then it's me again?
No, I'm hitting
I'll
you
take
with a
it.
tentacle.
You're hitting me with a tentacle, so same thing. No
yeah,
effect on me.
it actually
Bro.
missed you.
So it stays. It keeps the tentacle then.
Yep. And for Sin, it will hit with... No, Sin? Yeah, Sin, sorry. It will hit towards armor class 19. That hits you. You are grappled and restrained. And the turn goes to Onyx.
Onyx redirects the lightning bolt back at it, and it takes 20 points of damage.
Oh yeah, baby.
I like that spell.
Yeah, it's awesome when the target is not moving at all.
Yes, I know.
And when it's not able to hit you with anything. Could the guys that are closest again take a dexterity saving throw?
$16.
7.
17.
Oh yeah. Only 1 acid damage for you this turn, Abe.
Excellent, excellent.
You can take it.
And then it will be over to Sin's turn.
Okay, being grappled and starting to pull towards this creature on the hill. Damn, lantern bearer, hurry, get loose, help me. I need your help. And I'm going to try to break free from it.
You can.
And I'm not, because I rolled a 2.
Okay.
So I'm still being pulled, I guess.
And you don't have anything to do on your bonus action item?
Nope, not now.
Then it will be on to Abe again. You
And,
are halfway in the mouth of this monster. It looks
right.
like it has nothing else to eat next turn.
So can I put some strength on trying to get out?
Yeah, sure.
All right, that's what we'll do. And not too good. 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Karen, it's your turn.
Is the creature still the demon thing still the closest creature?
Yeah, it will be. It will actually be kind of closer than Abe, as Abe is halfway inside it. So I get the outer part of the monster will be right beside you.
Oh, no, that's not going to do it. That's going to miss. That's an 8.
An 8. That's unfortunately a miss.
Yeah, it's not even worth spending the superiority dice on that. And that's me.
Smoke leaf. Mr. Warlock, smoke leaf.
Shit. Oh, seems like something happened. Sorry, I lost you guys for a second. But unless anyone else has, come up to me, I will shoot at the blob.
Yep.
And 19
That's a hit.
for 12.
Oh yeah. It seems like it's starting to shrink.
Nice. All this acid that is coming out of it, it's working.
Yeah. And that reminds me, a dex save for the 3 closest again.
You're welcome.
Go 5 again. I'll take a sprinkling.
Yeah.
I had 18.
And a 2.
Okay, 3 acid damage for the 2 front fighters then. The rogue was just fast enough to jump away. And the creature starts harking, and out of its mouth comes this yellow greenish blob, which hits the center in front of it. And everybody in the room can take a dexterity saving throw.
Got 16.
19.
21
Natural
for
1, 6 total.
Okay, the unfortunate fighter who has been hit by every attack he tries to pull off every turn is now blinded together with a rogue. As you see this kind of glob explodes on the floor, and it's some kind of, it seems like some kind of chemical or something. As it gets in your eyes, you're blinded. The next thing it will do is start to try to chew a bit on the paladin. A 25 to hit.
That just does it.
Oh man, look at this. Okay, it even out a bit, but still, that will be 21 piercing damage.
And Abe is yelling out, "Is that all you got?" And then he just goes limp.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's cool.
Tentacles will be waving again. That's not going to be Abe anymore. That's going to be Onyx. And that's going to be Carrot, which is unfortunately blinded at the moment. But it misses you, Carrot, for a 3 to hit. Like, not a 3, but a 3 on the dice.
Has advantage against him if he's blinded?
Yeah, I rolled a 2 and a 3.
Ooh,
Mhm.
so bad.
Against Onyx, it will be a
Sounds like me
16.
yesterday.
The hit Onyx is going to be. I think it's rolling at disadvantage because.
Oh, yeah.
I said I was just taking the dodge.
You definitely did. I'll roll again, and this time I rolled 13.
Okay, good.
That helped a bit.
Yes, it did.
It now already has no, it doesn't have any halfling, so it will grab for a new halfling. And it will grab the tiny little girl, which is about 10 years old, start pulling her in towards its mouth. And it will be Onyx's turn.
Lightning bolt it for 16 points of damage.
Oh, yeah. 16.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone down in the pit, make a dexterity saving throw. The DC for this one is rather high, I warn you.
Ah, that sucked.
20.
Onyx got a 6.
6 is high.
Hey, he's had some good rolls, so I can't complain.
You don't know how lucky you just were, Justin. He kind of saved your character there. The entire blob explodes. It deals 3d6 acid damage to anyone that doesn't make the DC of 20. And it makes half to the ones who makes it. The halflings on the ground each have 10 hit points except the mom, who has 15. And they are restrained. So I will just roll the damage here to see if they survive. Yeah, they each have 1 HP left, except for the mom, which has 6 HP left. The rest of the gang who failed the DC save will take 9 acid damage, except from you, Abe. You're already down. And Toder will take 5.
No!
As it explodes, it starts seeping down into the floor again, like into the ground again. At this point, you look around, and you see the last of the Kuatuas and the priests start running away from the pit in the opposite direction you enter the room in.
Can I make my first death save?
You can.
Hold on. Are we out of niche?
We can be out of initiative, yeah.
Okay, then in that case, to save the time on the death saving throw, Onyx would go over and cast Spare the Dying on Abe.
Okay. Is anyone able to give him like an HP back, or will he have to wait D4 hours to wake up?
I know that stabilizes him.
Oh shit! I was gonna say I could cure light wounds myself, but no, I can't.
Can I shoot at the priest's back, given that we've hurt him already?
At that point, you were jumping away from an acid bath.
Oh, okay. Bastards.
I'll enjoy
I'll
acid.
let you shoot at him if you take the full acid damage, though.
Was it 9?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Okay. Then you can shoot. You just stand your ground, pointing your fingers as you see this wave of acid come towards you.
Yoo-hoo! 22.
22? Oh, yeah, that's a hit.
And the first time I rolled a 10 on my D10, so that's 13 points of force damage.
He moves even a bit faster away from you than he would trying to. But it seems to be rather singed on his back.
Is he leaving an orange trail?
No, it's more like a black trail of smoke from some pelt thing he had behind her. What you see on the ground now, you're kind of out of initiative. You see that where the center of the blob was, there are a lot of items left on the ground there. Many coins, different kind of like knives, daggers, knives and daggers, yeah, short swords and stuff like that lying here, and some gems, and yeah, kind of you could almost assume things that people would keep in their pockets or on their body.
Is there any object that speaks to me?
No, nothing that speaks to you, except maybe your inner greed, if you see all the coins.
I'm not greedy. I'm looking for things that my patron has left for me in the world, so that I follow their path and, fulfill my destiny. So if nothing speaks to me, I'll just grab a handful of gems and, just go to fight using my power.
What you see on the opposite side, where these Kuatuas were standing together with their priests, is that on that side, it seems to be some stalagmites and stuff, kind of close to the edge of the pit.
Well, Onyx will.
There's my D4 hours until.
Only
we
4
don't
hours.
Sort that out. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Onyx will go ahead and shoot. Pick up if there's some gems left. Pick up some gems. And is there any rings or anything that that might have been on any of the halflings that got chewed up?
Roll a d20.
All right, D20. That'd be a 17.
As you specifically look for rings, you actually find 3 rings. One of the rings seems to be some kind of a signet ring having a diamond on a purple background.
Okay.
The 2 other rings seems to be like just a completely, almost like a wedding ring, with no like any signs or anything on them, just polished blank gold rings.
Okay. Just because there's no other place really he can think of right off to put them, and for space, he'll put them on his fingers.
Yeah.
And how many gems would he be able was left to be able to pick up?
You will find approximately, say, about 20 gems.
20?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll go ahead and pick them up and offer a fair share to the rest of the party on that.
Yeah, it's all kind of different gems. They vary in sizes from like.
That's all right. Just enough, and his intent on that is just so he can fulfill what he was looking to do. If he gets on back alive, is that'll go towards Stanfield Noble's family to help. Support him.
Those of you are alive and would like to do can take either insight, an investigation, or survival check, I guess, could apply as well.
I presume the effects on Kerid would have worn off when the creature died, or?
Yeah, that's correct.
Just in case.
Actually,
that'd be funny.
the only effect that actually lasts are the one that applied to Smokeleaf. The one with the disadvantage thing. Yeah.
For like 2 weeks? No, a week and a half or something. No.
Yeah.
4 days. No.
Did anyone get above 10 on any of those checks?
17.
Oh yeah. You think with your adventure brain that if you were able to fit a rope around one of the stalagmites on top of this pit, you would be a lot easier to get out than trying to climb this almost like icy surface. Not that it's cold, but it's equally slippery.
Mm.
I bet I'll have trouble with that for a couple hours. So
they can just fasten a rope around your neck to make it easy.
Yeah. Hey, now
stuff all the gems in my mouth.
Where did we see a hole in this bowl where the beast came out of?
No, it actually looks like it seeped straight out of the rock.
Okay, so through the pores of the rock.
It came out straight from the rock and it just poured down into the rock again.
Okay, because there was a hole there where it came out or something, and I was going to try to mend it shut.
Oh no, there's no place it looks like it came in or out of. The only like people you saw, not only places to go where you came from and where the Kuatuas left.
Okay.
Seeing the paladin still laid there and still unconscious, but these shallow breaths coming from him, Sin goes and kneels down beside him and shakes him. And, wake up, buddy! Wake up! I've got your lantern filled.
Okay, you can do a very difficult medicine check. The DC is going to be 20. If you beat it, you can wake him up.
Man, I got close. I had a 17.
Okay, I'll let it go. You take some of the leftovers from the Kuatuas, the dead ones, and you hold it under his nose, and you see he's like breathing it in, and it's like waking up, just like the smelling salts effect almost.
And yeah, Abel breathe
up,
in
Abe,
some
come up. I've
horrible
got your lantern
stinking life. And yeah, he'll grasp for his lantern. And so yeah, Abel definitely he'll pump a cure wounds into himself. And so I think that's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is your lantern still alight?
If not, I can restoke it. I got some more.
No, I'm asking if it is.
Yeah, at some
Right
point, he actually refilled it with oil. So unless he let's roll, because you were actually chewed on when I think about it.
Cool.
Yeah, the lantern is still lit.
Cool. So in that case, I'll just turn my back and then I'll do some weird hand gestures, and I'll mumble something, and your light will go off. And I will use specifically deep speech mixed with common into your mind, and I'll tell you inside, well, don't you think you got off? You still have a village of those fish people to finish.
Did you say that to everyone?
No, just to the paladin.
Oh yeah.
And Abe will just kneel down and cough up some blood.
Yeah. What would you like to do, guys?
And Abe will say through his gritted teeth, "Rest." Sorry to cut you off.
It looks like a Carrot. Carrot's probably tough enough. He could probably carry at least 2 of those halflings by.
You're climbing up.
After the day I've had, yeah, it's time to get back to the tavern.
Are you climbing up on the side you came from, or the opposite side?
If we take
The way I come from, yes.
I'm having a hard time hearing you again, Tony. Could you repeat?
I guess I would go probably the easiest way. The way I come from would be probably, unless there's another easier way that we found.
Yeah, the way you came from, there are no stalagmites to fasten your rope on. But on the other side, you have actually seen there are some stalagmites you probably could lasso with a rope and get some assistant climbing up.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun then.
And Abe will pull his hemp rope out of his backpack, but he's wondering though, what about that rest, fellas? And he leans on his pick.
Yeah, I was going to advise also we take an hour before we go back to the town, because no one else, what else is in those caverns up ahead? And I really doubt those creatures will attack us now that we've killed their whatever. Maybe they worshipped it as a god, so.
They're a little beastie.
Yeah, but most of us are shook up and
Oh,
without their
hey,
help.
I'm all for a rest. You know,
Great.
a short rest. That's cool with me because
Yeah, just to recuperate, and then we.
get our spells back.
You're planning
Well,
to rest down in the pit?
a short rest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll the recharge here, and you can rest for 1 hour.
No problem. I'll have the same spells, so.
Oh yeah, okay. It will take 8 minutes, and liquid will start pouring out of the surface again.
I throw my
I'm
cloak
joking
on
with
the
you guys.
liquid, and I'm trying to soak it up.
Just rest for an hour. We just fast forward that. You have rested for an hour. You are now full of spells if you're a warlock, and you have a bit more HP if you're anything else, I assume.
I'm gonna burn all 3.
Next to me,
Nice.
next
And
to
here
me,
comes
this
the mind
time,
flayer.
this time instead of an owl, I have a little bird, and
Okay.
that bird is actually a robin.
Cool.
Good. Get myself back some hit points here.
Now's the time for the mind flayer, Robin. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Would you like to try to climb up on the opposite side of the cave?
Yeah, that's what Abe is gonna. He's gonna start fiddling with his rope, making a
Wait.
rudimentary lasso.
We could just fast forward as you will have advantage on your throwing checks, and you can do this for
I have a
until
bird.
you starve to death.
I have a bird which can,
Oh,
try to
scout?
get the rope. No, try to get the rope on the stalagmite.
Okay, you have seen this bird before, I guess.
I fear for
it's
the
the
bird's life, friend.
Oh, don't worry about its life. I mean, it probably will get slaughtered in most peculiar way. But before that, it will just try to be a little bit useful. Come on, Robin. Go ahead.
It's
Do your
able-
best.
It's able to put the rope on top of the stalagmite and knit like a nicely little knot, and you assume it's due to its awesome name. You're now able to climb up the rope if you like.
Yeah, Abe, he'll clamber up with his lantern in hand, and he'll hold the lantern for the rest to easily ascend.
Are you currently leaving the deadly singed halflings down in the pit?
Oh, that was the mission. All right.
Throw him up, boys!
You have 300 gold coins with 3 HP divided on them.
We got a handful of gems.
Yeah, you do.
Easier to carry.
We got to take Mama and the surviving kids and tell the tale of how he lost at least one kid.
What you assume is that leaving them down in this pit is probably the safest at the moment, because they are in a shape where they most likely will have a hard time climbing and walking around, at least the kids.
Don't bother with their restraints, brothers. It does them a world of good. And we'll leave the rope here for them.
Moral dilemma.
What you see when you get on top, anyway, Abe, as you shine your light source in front of you, you see that you're about at the other side of the pit, and it seems that there's like a part of the cave continuing forward, going slightly off to the right, and there seems to be a passage through a left wall, kind of close to the pit.
All right. I will. I'll keep my eye on forward on these two passages, or the opening to the right and the passage to the left, as the rest are still deciding whether or not to to leave these halflings in the security of the pit or not.
I'll turn to Mama Halfling in common and I'll ask her, "Are you all right?" Can you go back to the village on your own?
You can, with your own eyes, see that she is not all right. She will need medical care before she can do much things on her own. She will most likely be best off being put on top of a horse and somebody else driving that horse back. She's like half her face is melted off by acid.
Well, Onyx will, with seeing that, will use his awakened mind ability to Smokey and say, it may be kinder just to go ahead and stick a dagger in the base of her skull and put her out of her misery and ours and do in the kids as well.
Is that what you ask of me, Agathis? You will see Smoke just shouting towards the sky. Or no, towards the floor.
And with the awakened mind, Onyx will turn around and say, who's Agathis?
And at this point, I finally, I suspect there's something else going on around here, and I'll look around the room and try to read everyone around me, whether anyone has similar powers such as I.
Kared and Sin, would you like to climb out of the pit before the PvP starts?
No, someone's got to referee it.
And I'll say, who's that? Who is speaking to me? And should I roll the inside or something?
You will having the same capability yourself, and having spent time together, I guess both of you know that you're able to communicate telepathically to people.
Onyx will turn around when he speaks that and says that. What he'll do is he'll look at him and he'll just wave his hand.
You wave your hand?
Yeah.
So it's not just me. Hello, brother.
Oh, brother! Long lost. May the great old one be.
May, but I heard there's so many of them. I believe mine is Agathis, and she's speaking to me like all the time.
Oh, that's all right. It's just one aspect of the great old one has a million different aspects and different names, but it's still all the great old one. Isn't he great?
Of course, she is awesome. Maybe just in my mind, this is a very charming lady who gives me these gifts.
Of course it is.
It's amazing.
I know.
Feel the power.
There's nothing more treacherous than a beautiful woman. Devious down to the core. No.
And that added to the unlimited power that we have. It's just awesome.
Oh.
And then I'll take out my guitar and start singing a song in praise of Agathis.
Okay.
Great.
Rocks start falling into the pit.
That's what rock and roll is about, baby. Can I get any inspiration?
You can make dexterity saving throws to get away from the rocks if you're not moving out of the pit.
Oh, you know what I need to do?
17.
So you're not moving away from the pit.
All right. After a little role play,
Yeah.
guys, since none of us is good in any medical care, maybe the best thing is for them to rest for a while, or maybe someone just holds them away from this place to somewhere safer, and they maybe have to rest for the night.
We could throw them on your meal.
Yeah, but till we get to my meal, I really cannot carry anything. And I wave my hand like in a weird gesture, like anything.
So Abe he's certain now that these wounded people. They're incapacitated, so he's just finished eating the cheese and the wineskin he bought for them, and he's still at the top of the rope with his lantern.
Tie them to the rope one by one, and this huge fella can hold them up.
Yeah, it would be no problem. You can easily transport them up with a rope. It's more like if you would like them to walk around in the state they are, or if you like them to like sit someplace and rest while you are continuing to do what you're doing inside here.
Yeah, better leave them to rest, but leave them to rest outside the pit.
Yeah.
Outside the pit and keeping guard on them.
As you walk on top of the pit, I already have walked on top of the pit. Abe can see that there's like a small, not a cave, but like a small space on top of the pit where you can, like, if you put somebody small enough in there, they won't be easily spotted from anyone not looking directly in there, like a natural creek in the cavern side.
Oh, how much space is there between there?
Oh, in this little creek, it's maybe 10, say 15 foot wide, and it's maybe 10 foot deep. It's just a little space.
Yeah, too much for me to do what I was thinking about. Let's see here. Because onyx ain't the strongest thing.
Do you, Sin or Kirid, who's still down in the pit? The warlocks are talking about killing off these halflings to save them. Do you have any opinions on it, or do you think that's okay?
But we're kidding, right? Are we? I say with my awakened mind. Oh, sorry. Continue.
I'll respond back. I don't know. It may be the kindest thing to him. Look at her. She was, I guess, halfling state. She was beautiful. To me,
300 gold. Maybe we kill everyone else and bring the halflings in, and then we split the gold even.
But he never said whether or not they had to be alive when we brought them in.
Oh, really? I wasn't there.
I didn't hear alive. So we bring back some bodies.
Leaves you a lot to think about, right?
Yeah. It allows him closure.
Maybe we get the. Oh no, she's minced meat. We can gather it in a piece of a bag and say, well, that's the fourth one.
She was minced meat before being just turned into some of the wave that hit you in the face when the blob exploded.
We probably won't get more than 10 gold for that. Okay, sorry guys.
Back to your original. To your original question, Robin. As far as Sam's just going to at that point throw his hands up and say, "Look, I don't care. Just y'all make a decision. I've got to get back to the tavern. These clothes are sweaty. They're muddy. They're dirty. All this foul beast is all over them. Acid. I've got to get cleaned up. I've got to keep an air about me." And Daddy looks over at Carrot also, and hoping that Carrot, he coming from nobility, he knows the same thing.
Why didn't you say so, brother? And I start cleaning you up with my prestidigitation.
Have you guys walked out of the pit?
Yeah, well, Onyx will definitely be trying to get out of the pit and maybe talk to some of the stronger ones.
Yeah, Abe would help him up at the top.
Yeah, it's no issue getting up on the pit if you.
Yeah, I thought we were out already.
And that were we? Okay, then it's we got the halflings up there at the top.
No, I think you were down in the pit with them, but there's a spot for him up here, definitely.
Yeah, we'll move them on up into there. At least the easier to retract the bodies if they expire.
What you see when you get on top, Aeronux, is that all of you with night vision and all of you who stand by the light see the entrance to the left. But you, who can see 120 feet with as daylight, you see that it seems to be a smaller cave, the opening on the left there. You think you're actually able to spot a wall inside there somewhere.
And
he'll holler, "There's the way out!"
and just to be sure, Abe's going to top off the lantern with some oil. There's a long rest there, anyways. And he'll help anybody else who's coming up the rope as well, which I'm sure is no problem. So,
I don't know. You can easily do that with a rope and everything.
and then, yeah, Abe will lead on if nobody else wants to take point.
Are you going to go to the opening to the left or to the cave that continues in front of you?
Abe would look back for suggestions from those that would follow him.
So what do your eyes see, friend? And I talk to Onyx.
And Onyx will respond back, "A wall down there, a small cave?"
Perfect.
But what of your devil's sight?
You actually think, Onyx, that you can see something on the ground as well. It seems to be some kind of mist on the ground.
Where's that canary and Robin? We can send it on in there. And
Just as you said, a small opening, I was already sending Robin down that little cave to investigate. It has no dark vision whatsoever.
No dark vision?
Yes.
Oh, it hits the wall then.
Well, I was figuring that poison gas would get it.
Keeps on trying until it finds something.
Yeah, okay, you see nothing.
Yeah, he sees nothing, but it's controlled by me, and I keep, hurling him towards the wall and trying to hit the opening that I was told about.
Onyx will walk on down there.
Yeah, Abe would. He'll stride up to this. Whether or not he sees it, he's going to walk beside his friend Onyx.
Yeah, as you walk up to the entrance there as well, you can also see that the floor seems to be covered in some kind of. First, it just looks like a normal morning mist, but as you get closer, it seems to be in like a purple pinkish color, and it's about 5 feet off the floor. It goes like from 5 feet and down. And as you're getting even closer, it seems like there are a lot of stuff on the ground. It seems to be some coins, some different like gemstones and stuff laying scattered around on the ground here inside. Beneath.
Now that I've approached, can I see that as well?
You can.
Robin, land there.
Yeah, he lands down there. Would he like to try to do something?
No, he's just checking for traps, just walking around the floor, trying to, with his little beak, touch whatever he can in the darkness.
You would have no idea if you look through his eyes because he can't see
I'm not
anything.
looking through his eyes. I'm standing right beside that opening or from where I can see it, and then I'm controlling him from the outside. And I'm having him walk around and touch things with its beak.
It looks like a stupid little bird. Just walking around touching stuff with its beak.
Nothing exploding, nothing,
Yeah, I forgot to mention it. But he continues to walk around.
He doesn't roll over on his back and kind of die from the purple mist then.
So does it look like there's anything like in the purple mist beyond just the treasure and rabble that is around it?
If you like walk all up to the entrance of the room, you can see that there's a shape of something that looks like a chair in the end of this chamber by a wall, and that seems to be the inner wall.
Robin, sit in that chair.
Yeah, he flies over, sits down in a chair, and looks like a bird in a chair.
Perfect.
Looks like it's safe for a bird. Anyone want to go in first?
Abe is already walking in. He's walking towards the center.
Oh yeah, as you start walking into this mist, you're like stepping into it. It seems like almost like if you are, how to describe this in a proper way, when you're walking in smoke, you kind of whirl it up by your footstep, and it seems to have the same effect, but it seems to be rising up all the way up to the ceiling, and it seeps out into the larger cave outside as well. And all of you can take a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, man.
Nailed it. 22.
Nice. Oh yeah, of course. Warlocks for this fun have disadvantage as well.
Oh, disadvantage on this? Oh, shit. There goes that one nat 20 I got so far tonight.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's the way the game is. Constitution. Okay. Damn.
Oh! You're
That's
lucky
a
with all your saving throws today, Jax.
Yeah, I know.
So we have a 10 for Onyx. We have a 12 for Karen. Sin rolled a 20. Abe has a 22 or something. What do we have for Smoke Leaf?
I have 6, and Robin has 3.
Okay. The thing is that Robin doesn't seem to be affected at all by this. It must be the name. Yeah. Then I would like you all to roll a D100. Not all, only the 3 people rolling below 20.
Yeah. 87.
Okay, let me see. 87.
That sucks.
100.
Yeah.
That's
Some sort of
always
morning
good.
mist. Some
Oh,
morning
no,
dew.
that's not always good.
51. Okay, we start with the lowest number, which is a 51. The character becomes attached to a lucky charm, such as a person or an object, and has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws while more than 30 feet away from it. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Disregard that one. It was on the wrong table. A 51 will be, I don't like the way people judge me all the time. And this is your new flaw. In addition to anyone you had from before. For Mr. Smokeleaf with an 87, I can't take anything seriously. The more serious the situation, the funnier I find it.
Yeah, but what,
I already have that. Don't worry.
And for Onyx, I discovered that I really like killing people is your new flaw.
Okay. That works.
Yeah, it actually fits very well with the discussion you just had.
Didn't you already have that as well?
We had a lot of inspiration for that one. But as the others, like this happens to the ones of you who fail the Constitution check. The other of you see the mist seeps up, and you hold your breath, and you don't breathe in any of the gas, while the one who breathes in this mist have this effect, and it's not visible to any other. It just affects your mind. Now that you are in the middle of a room, you can clearly see that in the end of the room there seems to be almost like a throne chair made out of stone, and without being a dwarf, you can determine that this stone is most likely not made by an Akuatua. It seems to be of good craftsmanship, but it's just a plain stone chair. Beside it, it's a stalagmite, which you can see that the 2/3 of it are left. The higher top of it has been cut off and made it into some sort of an improvised table. On this table, you see a puddle of mud at the shape and size of a watermelon. Now, this puddle of mud has several fish eyes, and jaws from predatory fishes, and seagrass fitted to it by unknown means.
I start laughing at it almost uncontrollably.
Onyx will go over and take his dagger, and he's going to stab it from the head down, or basically the top down.
Before you stab it, You rolled actually a 19 on your check earlier. I'll let you get a new nature check with advantage, if you like, for Onyx,
Okay.
when you were investigating the fish people earlier.
Okay. That would be a 15.
A 15?
Yeah.
What you, for some reason, have gained knowledge of. It might be like your madness infesting your mind at the moment that has brought you a little bit closer to this weed species, or it could just be your connection to your god. But you suddenly have the knowledge of the Kuatua being a very religious species. You knew that from before.
Yeah.
What you also now just realize are that the Kuatuas are entirely mad. They're completely insane. They tend to make their own gods for some weird reason. They start worshipping them, and by worshipping these gods, which can be everything just from a rock put on top of another rock to a clay sculpture to a disfigured fish to whatever. As they start worshipping this, they create their own deity, and this deity becomes alive. And some of the most believing kind, they actually get divine powers given by this god, and most likely the archpriest you saw earlier was one of this.
Okay.
What you see in front of you here seems to be one of their kind of altars.
Alrighty. And Onyx will still stab it.
Yeah, they're just
And-
it's formed like a watermelon, I said, with
Yeah.
with clay, and as you stab your knife through it, it just falls apart. The clay is almost completely dried, and like the fish parts, like the eyes and stuff, starts falling off, and it falls down on the ground. And on the ground around this stalagmite, you see there are several like fish, like remains of fishes, of smaller rodents and stuff. That seems, and I can't pronounce or recall the word in English, but you know, when birds are eating their food and they're throwing it up for the children to eat it.
Oh,
Regurgitate. Yeah.
Regurgitated.
Yeah, it seems like this stuff around the altar has been done that with.
Okay. And when Onyx does that, he's going to turn and say, "There, I am the God Killer."
Of course you are. Of course you are. Look at him. You can put it on your head to make
what
it
else?
official. I can sing for it.
What else you see when you walk a little bit in is a small passageway going to the, like when you walked into the cave, it would be to your left. But if you stand with the throne behind your back, it would be to the right. It seems to go like in the same direction you came from at the first, but this is just a 10-foot wide small passage.
After hearing about the God Killer comment, the paladin will, Abe will walk by Onyx and give him a judgmental dart of the eyes, and then he'll walk right by him though and go and shoo the robin away and sit in the throne.
Yeah, you're sitting nicely here. It's I won't say like a nice chair. It's made out of stone, but it's not uncomfortable. Like it's just sitting on a flat stone chair.
And a rest for an hour. No, I'm just kidding.
What you can do if you like, you could take a religion check while you're like inspecting this throne chair.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll look at the arms and try and get a look at the stonework. Didn't too good though. Oh, I do have a +2, so it is 10.
Okay. You find out what he did more or less earlier, that this stone is not made by these fish people, and it looks to be of age.
And then I'll just join Onyx, and I'll spit on the crumbled remnants of that altar to the profane god or whatever.
Okay. Would anyone else like to do anything, or would you like to do something more than sitting in the chair and spitting on the altar?
Yeah, I'll check
So
out
was there
that.
a table?
Huh?
Sorry, I'll let Jax go.
No, on you go.
I was just asking, was there a table, or
I
is
know
that the
it's
altar?
yeah. The altar looks like just a stalagmite which has been cut off and made into a table, like a very improvised table.
I'll take my little sacrificial cup, the ornated I used like previously for my spell, and I'll pour some water in it, and I'll put it on the table. Then I'll kneel, and I will say, "Hail, King Abe, the ruler in the Underdark." And then I'll just cannot really help it, and I'll start laughing and rolling on the ground.
Okay. What were
And,
you about to say, Jax?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, the other passage you mentioned, I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, the small one or the main corridor that went down a bit earlier?
The small one you just mentioned there.
Yeah, it seems to be like going like almost a snake back and forth, but it seems to be leading in the same direction as you came from.
Right, so it looks like the way out.
It could be.
Noticing the actions of Smoke Leaf and everything, I'm gonna grab both of my daggers and their hilts and just hold on to them tighter, and I'm gonna approach Abe and whisper in Abe's ear and go, "I think he's losing touch with reality. We need to keep an eye on him. He's acting very strange."
And well, Abe will silently nod in agreement. We must. We got to keep our head on a swivel here.
Yeah. Would you like to continue the small passageway, or would you like to continue exploring the rest of the cave?
Abe would look to Carrot the fighter, and he'd say, "You look interested in that other passage. Shall we traverse it?"
Best to see where it goes. My interest is getting the halflings out of here in one piece. Preferably a piece that's alive.
And yes, that sounds that is the sounds to be the proper course of action.
So you have decided on taking the small pathway?
Is That's fine with Abe. He's happy to lead again.
Okay. Are you getting the halflings as well?
Shall we, guys?
Yeah, might as well. We can always use them as a meat shield.
All right. Yeah. Abe could put his pick away, and he'll have a lantern and one halfling over his shoulder.
As you're like walking back through this small passageway, you meet no dangers, and after it doesn't take you that long either, but it seems to be ending out, and it's like just a small hole in the wall, and where you come out, it seems that you are now at a point before you went into the pit. So now you're actually closer to the entrance where you came from, and you're like on the entrance side of the pit again. You have walked around the pit, it seems.
Excellent.
Okay. All right.
Shall we return to the horses?
Yeah.
If they're still there and haven't been eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're agreeing on that, you're able to make your way down to the main entrance, and you will find the horses. They seem to be just in the same place as you left them. It was kind of nice that you decided to kill the 3 Kuatuas down by the south end. You now realize you're able to put the halflings in a safe way up to the horses and ponies or mules, and ride your way back to town, where you will meet Valimal, which will be very grateful for you bringing back almost his entire family, but he will pose some questions about the missing halfling, where you most likely will either explain what happened or bullshit him. Either way, he will look at Onyx's finger, recognize the ring, which is actually the family crest. That is one of the one with the diamond you had. He will ask you where you got the ring, and depending on if you want to bullshit him or not, he's willing to pay you 100 gold for that, and 100 gold for each of the halflings you saved.
And what Onyx will say is, to start off, is that your poor child that lost its life jumped in front of this great warrior here and protected him while we were able to slay this god that these evil people worship. And within the bowels of the remains of this god that lay upon the floor after we slain him, we found this, and we thought that it may be of interest to you and your family.
Yeah,
be in the ring.
He looks at you with huge eyes and say, "Oh, my poor Hannah did that. My poor Hannah protected a paladin. I know
Yes.
she was starting to be a scholar and later on a cleric she wanted to be, but oh yeah, this will. I'm very happy to hear she ended that way, even if it saddens me greatly that she's gone." And unless you guys want to say anything more, Tim, I think we should cut it there. We're only 51 minutes overdue.
That ain't bad.
I had great fun.
Thank you for playing, guys. Would any of you like to shout out your channels or anything before I go off air?
Nothing here, but by all means, to the others.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
No, but San's got one last thought, though.
Okay.
He's sitting there thinking that, the way Smoke Leaf used his magic and made his clothes look better and his appearance better, he's thinking, damn, I could have got an extra 10 gold for a new set of clothes if he would have done that.
If you just waited. Okay, thank you for playing, guys. Very nice to have you.
Well, thank
I will
you for
stop
being
broadcasting now.
Okay.
Bye.